Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, May the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Somebody in YouTube, maybe do the same for me. Then I know I can proceed. So, guys, before I get, well, first of all, I have to talk about Carvana. I mean, these analysts now are they can't get enough of Carvana now. Look at all the upgrades. We have Wells Fargo, Wedbush, J.P. Morgan, TD Cowen. And, probably a year ago, they were all telling us this was going to zero. So look at Carvana. I mean, it's truly probably one of the more amazing stories over the last couple of years in terms of its rebirth. I can't call it a rebirth because I mean it's doing. I guess it's doing exactly the same thing as it was, but evidently their model now works. This is not a meme stock, in my opinion. No, this is not a meme stock. So we've got JP Morgan upgrading them to 130. It's an earnings play. Okay. It is an earnings play. Still, it's way down from its highs, pandemic highs of around 330, but still, what a run. Now, now, the SPY. Crazy action, of course. This is when I was going to actually do some, maybe try to do some trading myself from 3 to 4 when I got out of the room. And then look at all this. Look at all this nonsensical action in the SPY. So we had that big run. We had, of course, we had FOMC yesterday. We had the minutes at 2:30. We had a big run that lasted until 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock hits, and look at this. Anyway, we are now, we're in for a nice pop in the SPY. But remember, it's because of this. So it's all relative. Had it remained up here, we'd be down a little bit. But anyway, so what else is happening? ALLR trading higher after the company announced clear clinical benefit, phase 2 trial in advanced ovarian cancer. Um, oops, getting a 15-minute chart here. How much is it given back? So this got as high as 344. So it's dropped a dollar from that high. It's a very low float. I'd have to do a check on another website to confirm that float, but it is a very low float. We have 308,000 in the float. And before I keep going, look at China. My goodness, China, KWEB. Big, 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 big move. Look at this. That's a 4% move, I believe. Yeah, 4%, 4.5% move for China, KWEB. So a lot of the China stocks are popping this morning. Mm. So that was a reverse split, a 1 for 20 reverse split. You mentioned that one draw for SGBX. And of course, they come up with some news also. Announces the collaboration and sales of modular units to Britain Inc. 1.95. Okay. Well, it's a ratio wise, it's a bit of a difference, but it's still very low. As long as I'm glad it's not like 30 million or something. FSLY guys, FSLY. Haven't seen this one for a while. FSLY is an earnings play. This is not quite an all-time low. This is basically an all-time low, though. FSLY. There's probably somewhere, some month, some time in the past might be a lower price than this, but this is basically an all-time low, and it's an earnings play. FSLY. ENVX, I believe, is yes, ENVX. ENVX is an earnings play. And also ETSY is an earnings play. Etsy is an earnings play. This is giving it up. I think this is fairly significant here. Just give me a moment as I get Etsy up. ETSY. Yeah, I mean the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 57.81. So a little bit close, but that is a big gap down now. 16% for Etsy. Thank you, guys YouTube, people in YouTube. EBS, EBS, yeah, it's a real small one. It is an earnings play. It is up by about 50%, I believe. Yeah, up 50%. It is an earnings play, EBS. Wayfair was popping here. W is an earnings play. W is an earnings play. Yeah, still kind of holding. Not as high as 62. So this is an earnings play. More importantly, look at the 200-day moving average. If you can see my daily chart, you see that blue line on the daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Excuse me. So it has popped above it. Meanwhile, Carvana continues to move. CVNA continues to move. CNTX. So I see this is given some of a, yeah, given a lot up now. Got as high as 248, back down to 168. Announces a $100 million private placement. Meanwhile, ENVX keeps making new highs here. ENVX keeps making new highs. So on the weekly chart, the next highs look like around 9. So we could get some resistance around 9. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers, 131,000 shares available. Aspen, ASPN. This is a gap up. Let me see if I can find it anywhere. Right there. ASPN is a gap up on earnings. ASPN, gap up on earnings. Not a, well, actually, the volume isn't too bad, actually. Now, I saw eBay down here. It may not be, let's see, eBay is an earnings play. Every time it has earnings, I know every 3 months I do this. Who the heck still uses eBay? We get a show of hands, but big area for to try to hold. The low right there is 49.41. And so it's at 49.31 right now. So it's a little bit below that weekly candle. The next low on the weekly candle is 48. So this would have some room. Yeah, fresh, FRSH. This is also an earnings play. And Oppenheimer cuts his lingering AI risk way on outlook. Oh, I see. I thought maybe, okay, so they're going to get competition from AI. I guess that is their conjecture, Oppenheimer. Plus, it's an earnings play. So fresh, FRSH. Morning, John Mikhail. MGM is an earnings play. Casino. MGM is an earnings play. See if I can find it anywhere. I can't find it. My low down here is 9%. So it's up only 8%. MGM is an earnings play. Good AM to yourself, Deborah. And IBIT, yeah. So Bitcoin rallied today off the lows of yesterday. Bitcoin did exactly what the SPY did. So if you're wondering how close does Bitcoin track the overall market, look what happened. This is at 2 o'clock. Of course, FOMC. That was at well, it was 2:15 if I expanded it. But you can see the SPY move. You can see Bitcoin move. You can see the SPY drop. You can see Bitcoin drop. You can see so Bitcoin and SPY, the market are very very closely aligned now. Anyway, This one's moving a little bit. This QDEL. QDEL is moving a little bit. I guess they've appointed somebody as appoints an Abbott Laboratories executive as their next CEO, effective May the 6th. That is for QDEL, QDEL. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the market overall. I'm going to click on, no, I'm not going to click on new. I'm going to click on file, load from cloud, and then my sector status. Let me get a little fan action in my computer. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Before we look at the major sectors, though, let's take a look at some of the ETFs. So SMH, semiconductor ETF, of course, this is up. So semis are, as we speak, are strong right now. So, but look what is not. Sorry, look at this one, guys. So that I love to see this. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. Okay, 82% of the stocks. What does that mean in green? That means that 82% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. However, and I'm almost 100% sure this is going to be an earnings play. This is certainly bucking the trend in its sector, TRGP, and yeah, it's an earnings play. So look at TRGP. Wow, earnings play. And if you look at the headline, just that's all you do. Look at the headline. Target Target beats first quarter, higher transportation volumes, et cetera, et cetera. Somewhere here, though, somewhere there's going to be some negatives. I don't know where the negatives are. I don't know if that this has anything to do with. I know there was a big merger finally, Pioneer and somebody else, Exxon, I think, in the Permian Permian Basin. I don't know if that has any is that had any effect because when you look at the again, when you look at the headline, you think, well, how can this be down 4%? I don't know if they're guiding poorly or there's other factors, but anyway, TRGP definitely contrary to what the rest of the sector is doing. And I am so there's Carvana retail, and there's Wayfair W, Shutterstock, Shutterstock. This is also an earnings play, guys, and that's a big pop. No volume yet, no volume at all. Very strange. I mean, they did release pre-market, but there's no volume yet. All right, guys. So that's a look at the major sectors. The only one I really want to take a look at is its relation to the 200-day moving average is XLY discretionary. Yeah, so you can see that starting to drift down back to the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart. This is really the only one that's kind of close to the 200-day moving average. Cool. Okay. There's some inside inside information from PJ on Carvana. Well, I mean, it's. I find it hilarious though. The analysts are falling all over themselves trying to, outdo each other on a price target. Whereas, I mean, guys, we remember when Carvana was Let's take a look at a monthly chart. My goodness, Carvana was $2.80. Looks like that was about the low. That was December of 2022. And of course, this is a pandemic run, and then a collapse. $2. Imagine that. A little over a year ago, you could have sunk your life fortune into Carvana, and you'd be pretty happy. But they, at this point, all the analysts, many of the analysts were basically, I could have sworn I remember Red Bush putting like a $1 target on it. This is the headline. Short sellers down $2.1 billion in losses this year. I'm trying to short Carvana. At short float, it still has a high short float percent, 29%. And anybody who's still short is just gagging again today. Well, it's hard to know. I don't know from where they're short, of course. I could have taken a short position yesterday in it as an example, and I'd be added to that number. So I don't know from where these people are short. Who knows? Maybe they're short from 300, a lot of them. Anyway, an amazing story. So I put in so obviously whatever happened at 8:30 regarding jobless reports, that really didn't affect the market too much. There was a little pop, okay, the job numbers and for initial jobless claims. And after that, we really don't have too much. Factory orders at 10, really don't know how much that affects anything. Natural gas, which is always on Thursday. Of course, no Fed presidents talking. So sort of a calm day as far as economic indicators are concerned today in the market. Let's take a look at some of the other ones I haven't talked about. Lung, Lung, probably an earnings play. Yes, earnings play. So, kind of interesting. If it can take out 10, the next high on the weekly chart is 1110. What's the plan? I don't know. What's your plan? I don't trade in the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes typically. I let things settle down. But we've identified some of the movers, and now it's a matter of what happens to those movers once the market opens. You see these China stocks, man, the China stocks. Look at XPEV, LI, but mainly, so if you're going to trade China, going to trade the China stocks today, just have KWeb up. And China is so super strong this morning. So they've got nothing to do with the Permian Basin, right? I know that they're more of a pipeline, aren't they? TRGP. I'm looking. Well, I should. They're in the pipeline transportation of natural gas. So okay, so they. I'm just trying to think if it had anything to do with the big buyout in the Permian Basin, but I guess not. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? With the sector being up, the overall sector being up. Yeah, that's your plan. Don't short Carvana. Carvana. Etsy continues. Now, Etsy is, I think, getting closer to a potential support area. We're at 58.79, and I'm hearing FSLY making another new low. Yeah, 58.20, guys. 58.20. There is a low on the weekly chart back in October of 2023. So there is a low there that it is approaching, and that is Carvana. And Fusely, FSLY, another new low, guys. This is an earnings play, basically an all-time low. What do they do? Fastly, real-time content delivery network services. It offers edge compute, edge delivery, edge security. Got a lot of edges here. Well, they've lost an edge, that's for sure. I mean, FSLY, an all-time low now on earnings. It won't surprise me if this shows up on my 10-day well, it's going to show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm assuming the volume. What's the volume right now? Yeah, that looks like that'll be pretty extraordinary volume. And fresh FRSH, let's see. This is not an all-time low, but it's near. I guess there is no such thing as a like an all like I don't even know how I would phrase it. An historical candle. In other words, a candle that's going to show you the all-time high and the high, its all-time high, like a candle, because look at lifetime range, 5.8% in red. So if you could have some kind of a lifetime candle, it would be right at the very low. I don't think there is such a thing. So SGMT. So are you kidding me? That's the one that did the reverse split, right? Or no, no, no. This is not the reverse split. What was? I'm sorry. I know. Draw. I should jot it down. But yeah, $32 by Wainwright. I don't really. It's GBX. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I honestly haven't seen Wainwright. I mean, look, all these price targets are just, I mean, take them with a grain of salt. I usually don't pay that much attention to Wainwright, but there it is. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to be using once the market opens. And every day I say the same thing, but I'm going to try to pay more attention to the gap continuation and reversal, especially the reversals. Good morning to you, Cody. Oh, I have no idea. Why your scanner doesn't connect when I use your phone's hotspot? I have no idea. That is more. I know Chris answers questions like that from time to time, but I have no idea. Have you done this before? Because I've seen some questions come in about that, about hotspots. It may not have been you though. And Chris, I'm talking about Chris. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Sorry. So you have talked to Chris before? When you say yes, is that saying okay, guys? Now, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. I know I'm going to say it every single day, but we get new people every day. Give me a moment here. So if you have our AI, this is what I would do. Okay. Oh, you have not talked to him. Okay. You might want to just let me continue on this. What time is it right now? 9:27. Okay. If you have our AI, this is what all I would do. Okay. Make it super simple on yourselves. Okay. Click on new. Let me just get off this because it'll disappear. Click on new, and then notice we have three premiums. Three that start with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Make it simple on yourselves, okay? This is what you're going to see when you load it. You may have different column headers, but this is what you're going to see. Notice it's blank. Nothing happens in the pre-market, and in fact, nothing happens until at least 9:40. Okay, at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you will get an alert at 9:40, but you will not get anything until at least 9:40. Now, when you get an alert, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. There's no video that's going to show you anything and how to trade these. I mean, it's up to you. It's like a watch list, but make it simple. Okay, this is, in my opinion, all you need. So if you do want to contact Chris, no, it gives you an exit point also. Well, it gives you a stop. Oh, there's a stop price right there. Okay. Now, how you exit will be up to you, and it'll definitely exit. And there is a little algorithm that kind of kicks in sometimes. It takes profit and all that, but I I would pay attention perhaps to the stop, but really, it's up to you how you trade them. And I even hate to call it the entry price. I call it the alert price because yeah, I don't have to take it right. When you get the alert. Yeah, thank you, William. So less than a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading day. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. But let me see if I can just, Cody, if you go here, Chris may be able to help you. No guarantees, but if you click on my homepage link and click on the help, need help, click on ask, and then click on chat, okay, and say, having a tough time connecting to my hotspot on my phone. I have no idea if he's going to be able to help you, but I know he's seen questions like that. Okay, John. Yeah, my code is gone. The Barry 25. I can get you another code, but you'll have to give me a while, maybe half an hour, if that's okay. For 25 off. But as I said yesterday, just in general, I wasn't sure if my code would still be alive today, but it is not. Barry 25 is not. But I do have another code for 25% off, but I'll have to give it to you in another fashion. Okay. Okay, guys. So the market is open. Yes, the market is open. So this is the okay. This is the reverse split. SGBX. This is the reverse split, and this the relative strength leaders from the close. This is basically the pre-market active is up. Okay, with one added filter, a minimum of 200,000 in volume, 200,000 shares in volume. Syrah, SYRA. Wow. So this had actually hit 154 in the pre-market. All right, guys. Billy is a wow. Look at this. So this is a China stock. China stock just absolutely going crazy here. KWeb probably looked a little bit like this, but Billy sort of trades on its own a bit. The China stock, FSLY now breaking down underneath 8, all-time low. I'm surprised it has not hit my 10-day daily breakdown yet. But you know what did hit? Penn gaming stock. So technically, this is not an all-time low. It must be there must be some lows somewhere for FSLY. It's just a little bit below that. Mosaic is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. This is an earnings play also. Mosaic, MOS. We take a look at KWeb. Just want to look at KWeb. Well, no, KWeb and Billy are doing the same thing. Okay. All right, there is a LLR. ALLR. This is not an earnings play. It's a pretty powerful looking headline, guys. Shows clear clinical benefit. Phase 2 in advanced ovarian cancer. It's a very eye-catching headline, but now Draw says that their float is more like 1.2 million or 4 million. We've got 308,000, so it's not quite that low, but it's still very, very low. Well, again, if you're a little more less conservative than I am, look at these two beauties: 29.24 for Mosaic, 28.87, 28.78 now. This is a short opportunity. Let's see if Penn bounced 15.13. No, Penn. So I mean, again, I'm just a little conservative. I don't like to take these that early. MOS spread, excellent. Well, yeah, I'm 62, 69. I mean, it's not terrible. Okay, I can see how it fluctuates, but it's certainly not bad. This again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So the spread is fine, especially early on. Okay, Shady's in. Oh man, oh man. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll just take one of these right off the bat. I mean, that is devastating. 29.24, basically a dollar drop. Market dropping now. First candle red. So let's take a look at Shady's CNTX. CNTX. Where are you? Anywhere here? There you are. CNTX. So what he is? No. See, really? Did that? Are we talking about the same one, Shady? CNTX, or maybe you meant 205, not 305. You couldn't have meant CNTX, right? Or did you just type it in wrong? Well, they had but that was announced, $100 million private placement. Yes. EBS. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. EBS. Okay. So what Shady says, so he must be in EBS. He got in at 305. Okay. Now the pre-market high is up. It's got room to run if it wants to. No, he just made a mistake in his in the input. Oh, okay. Now here's Etsy, guys. These are. I mean, look at these three so far on the 10-day daily breakdown. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Maybe tomorrow. 58.16, 57.06 now. Etsy, and I'm sharing this. I'm sharing any scan that I put up here that you see. I am sharing. Hmm. Time is it now? 9:39. So again, no AI alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. Again, it doesn't mean we're going to get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest. Okay, here's another play, guys. FTDR did not see this in the pre-market. It really didn't trade in the pre-market. Market's open through the 200-day moving average now, or right at it, right at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I agree. Carvana may give it up. I mean, it is giving it up, but all right. Well, great minds think alike. Okay, there you go. The AI has EBS. Shady's got EBS. And Aspen also, guys. So I'm looking at Aspen here. It ran a little too quickly. So Aspen, where is this now? A year high, of course. Getting close to a 2-year high. There's another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. Is Cuervo, QRVO. Next high looking left on the weekly chart for EBS is 373. I'm saying it's going to get there through the 200-day moving average at 3. Pitney Bowes is also an earnings play, guys. PBI is an earnings play. Well, I did see CGC this morning. It looked like a bad print, though. But let's see what's that. Wow, yeah, I did see it this morning. So there's CGC exploding again with all that news a couple of days ago that maybe your government is going to, or the DEA is going to reclassify cannabis as or reschedule it. I guess that's the term. Yes, yes, pouring some high energy tea from Peru. Okay, guys, we've got BAX now. Also, BAX BAX is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It must be an earnings play. Yeah, another earnings play. You see why I love earnings season, guys. I don't know what it's made of, but I can't get it here in Canada. That's BAX, guys. BAX is another one in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, EBS is sort of resting here now. Okay, where could BAX go? The next low, well, it's got room, guys. I mean, wow, call it 36. So it's got room on the weekly chart anyway, down to 36. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but and we have some halts here, guys. I haven't even seen it. So Bond got halted on the way down. SOWG, never seen. Oh, this is probably a SPAC. You can tell, $10. MNDR got halted. Wow, got halted on the way up. All right, guys, EBS back to the alert price. If you have our AI, BAX, guys, BAX is got room underneath. Okay, so MNDR opened. There was a possibility I would have taken it only if it dropped down below 2363 and it popped up through 2363 again. This is the Singaporean stock that had a great debut right here. This is an IPO. Well, there's PBI, guys, on the move. PBI on the move here. Boy, getting a lot of action here. NYMT now. This is another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Whew, Moderna going nuts. Okay, let's take a look at Moderna, mRNA. Not, it is an earning. It actually is an earnings play. You don't really see it in the pre-market. It jogged around, did nothing. Ooh, nice. Corvo, I did not take this one, guys. QRVO, but what a nice so far, a great one from the AI, 99.74 to short, almost a $3 drop. And Penn continues to move down. Penn continues to move down. Oh, I didn't take that one. But look at this. I mean, again, I'm just looking at this is the don't repeat version of this, okay? This meaning this is what I'm pointing at. Don't repeat version. That's what DR stands for. I'm sharing all of these scans. So the initial alert for Penn to short was at 9:31. Okay, that's the time. 15:13. Look at it now, 13:55. Okay, EBS now is above the trigger on from our AI. Backs, guys, backs continues to move down. BAX, BAX. Sorry, sometimes the X can sound like an S. So BAX. Boy, here's another one, guys, showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And why am I not looking at the breakouts as much? Because look what the market's doing. Okay, look what the market's doing. So rather try to trade in the direction of the market. So there's Wolf. Wolf is probably an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play also. Whew, look at Owl. This was a gap up and reverse. OWL. All right. So MNDR had halted on the way down this time. Okay. Oh, K is going crazy. K, Kellanova. This Kellogg's split a spin-off or something. Yeah, this is some kind of a spin-off from Kellanova, or this is a new name of Kellogg's. I don't know. It's but this is a K Kellanova. Big pop here. Didn't really trade in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it. Okay, guys, this is a gap down and go. This is an earnings play, UGI, a gap down and go. So let's see, it's got room, 2372. It's got some room to keep moving down if it wants to. I thought it was a spin-off, though, Spanky, also. I thought they spun something off. I may be wrong. Keep an eye on the UGI, guys. It's pausing right now. Okay, now here is one from the combo scan on the way up. Okay, now CHRW. Next high looking left, about 86. So it's got about a dollar and a half to that high. Now, again, it's trading on its own. I mean, look what the market's doing. This is what this one is doing. It's an earnings play. Nice to have the market at least doesn't have to be moving higher, but you don't want to see it keep moving lower. Yeah, that's what I thought, Spanky. And now here's another one, probably an earnings play. Z. Yeah, another earnings play. The Zillow Group. So the next low looking left is 37.64, but a dollar away from that low. So, with the AI, it's how you manage the trades is so critical. Okay. 99.74 to short QRVO. I mean, it was a $3 move down. Now it's popped up. So, I mean, how you manage your trades, if you take these, is critical. All right. Finally, things have settled down a little bit. I'm not getting as many alerts. Frantic action in the first half an hour. Wow, guys, look at APVO here. We saw this one yesterday, and we're looking maybe for a break of 106. Look at APVO, guys. Look at the room it's got, obviously. Look at APVO. Look at the room it's got. Not saying it's going to get up to 310, of course, but boy, that's what you want to see. Remember seeing this one yesterday? And what's the float? Yeah, low float, 4 million in the float. I mean, this is wow. I mean, I look at the volume. Look at the volume that's coming into it. 16 million shares with that float. It's four times the float now. It's traded. I'm really interested in this one. I want to see how well it hangs. Now, yeah, you're right. In the pre-market, it got up to 153. Meanwhile, SGMT with this Oppenheimer upgrade to 32, crazy, but I don't see any other news for it. It is not not an earnings play. Really? Well, I do have a price alert for Vic. The high of the day yesterday, VIK was IPO from yesterday. Just as we speak, there it hits the price alert from yesterday. There's the high. Can it take out 27? 27 might get it take out that whole number. Still pretty choppy. What is the spread right now for it? It's not terrible. I mean, it's 68.75, not terrible. This one, guys, ELYM. Look at this move here now. So it's taken out the highs of the last 2 days. Okay. Well, here's another gap down and go, guys. Another earnings play, gapping down and continuing down so far. Now let's take a look at XPAV. XPAV is a gap up and reverse. So now, if you're going to trade the China stocks, I would have KWeb up and running, just as a thumbnail chart. You can kind of see a little bit of weakness here, a little bit of weakness. That is a good question, Barbara. Where did I find ELYM? Must have been here somewhere because I was trying to click on something else and something moved and I clicked and I ended up clicking on that. Okay, the relative volume is 2.8, so it wasn't. Do I see it anywhere here? 4.95%? No, that's a good question. I don't know where because I clicked on it. I ended up clicking on it by accident. Oh, I know what happened. It was in my price alerts. It was in my price alerts. You don't see them. You don't see it now. And I think I was trying to click on VIC, and ELYM was in a price alert, probably a break here. And so I clicked. I accidentally clicked on. I was trying to click on VIC, and I clicked on ELYM. All time high. Ha ha ha. Another gap down and go, guys. I'm more interested in the reversals, though. I have to admit, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm more interested in the reversals, but these are all gap down and go. I'll explain this in a bit. I am sharing that. I am sharing that scan. Boy, here's another one. We're getting a lot of stocks that are moving down on earnings, guys. DRVN, another one. Driven Brands. Wow, look at the room it's got. 1119 on the weekly chart, anyway. Wow. Well, right now, guys, the gap down, the 10-day daily breakdowns. I mean, look at this Vista. F 12 dollars on the alert, $11 now. The 10-day daily breakdown. That used to be my all-time favorite scan, probably during earnings season. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the app though. I got in, around 127, and I'm out of it now for a little loss. I'm going to put an alert. I'm going to put a little alert up in this area again. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. But I will put a price alert at 132 and see if it hits it again later on. Boy, Herbalife. Remember when this was a lot more expensive? Herbalife. Remember the battle Herbalife and what was it, New Skin? Well, if I had had to choose, look at PBI, guys. I mean, I would have not thought it would move that much more with that float. Pitney Bowes. This is an earnings play. Market continues to move down here, challenging that 500 again. Yeah, I'm not too interested in the breakouts right now. I'm more interested in the breakdowns. All right, guys, backs now just showed up on the combo scan. Okay, the combo scan. So that is a combination of the 10-day daily breakout and also abnormal option activity. And it just showed up there, and it's got room on the weekly chart anyway, 35.94. So call that 36. So it's got a little over a dollar to that next low on the weekly chart. All right, guys, CTMX. So they did. I just want to find CTMX here if I can. Oh, I can't. It's still down for the day a lot. Look, so here are the two so far from the combo scan. Okay, there's the CHRW. The alert was at 84.61. It's still kind of there. I mean, listen, it may run, but it's just hard in the face of what's happening with this market to get, for me anyway, to get too serious about a long. But when it has earnings, excuse me, typically they'll trade on their own. And there's the backs. Okay, now we had backs earlier in the 10-day daily breakout, but now it's also hitting this the combo scan. Take out a 37 will be excellent. Ackman, that's right. It was Ackman and who was the other guy? Who are the two? Ackman and the other guy. Icon. Thanks. I don't even know if Newskins is continuing to trade. Oh, there it is. NUS. They used to trade in tandem. There's Newskin. All right, guys. There's the EBS now making the move after the pullback. I was a big pullback, got all the way right back down to 3, but now it is moving. And so is backs, guys. So is backs. BAX. Well, EBS now, the high in the pre-market was 354. Come on, backs, really give it up. APPN guy, here's another one that's showing up on the 10-day on the combo scan. Oh, so it popped a little bit. The alert was at 28.22, 28.22. Well, actually, this could turn into that reversal that we saw a couple of them yesterday. Wow, this driven is just getting driven down. DRVN. Okay, EBS now at this pre-market high now. So you see with the AI, you did not have to rush into taking it at 324, guys. It from three that was an alert right at 940, and look what it did though. I mean, that would have probably scared a lot of people out, depending where your stop was, and then you had a chance to get back or take it for the first time at that alert. I know Shady was in earlier, but boy, is this driven an all-time low? Not quite. I'm surprised the float is this big for EBS. It is an earnings play though, 51 million in the float. All right, SWK now is showing Stanley Black and Decker. That was a merger a while back. Stanley SWK is showing up now in the 10-day daily breakdown, but I mean, there's a low down here of around 80.70. Oogie, UGI on the way down, guys. For me, with a very odd exception, for me, it's all about shorting today. You probably know what my exception is right now, but SGMT. So the market's put in a little bit of a bounce here. It got down to that 500 level, 499.52, and it's right at that 500 level again. Fast morning. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the backs as it's still kind of struggling to really take 37 out. All right, so if you've got the AI, there's another one that just showed up. Boy, this one, VSTS, I mean, it's just continuing to move down. This is a gap down and go. Pardo. Oh, look at this one. So this is definitely going counter to the market. Look at this one. Is this an all-time high? Lifetime high. Yeah, this PRDO, lifetime high. PRDO. So this is definitely running counter to the market. Of course, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Really not a big reaction at all. In fact, no reaction, zero. And look, market opens. And look at this move. Not a ton of volume, but 8 times normal. 8 times normal. Oh boy, this driven just wow. Well, let's see where a bounce could be. Okay, now I'm looking for a potential area of a bounce, not unlike leg yesterday, and the other one I think was DFRG, which had bounces later on in the day. Okay, so the next low for driven is around 1058. That's on the weekly chart. Yeah, Peloton. I'm not going to do it, but Peloton is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I know they trying to do some restructuring, cutting staff again, job cuts. It's actually an earnings play. I mean, in my opinion, there's just no hope for this company. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. Remember Carvana, but I mean, it's. All right, Nuvo. Let's see what's happening with Nuvo. Got halted on the way up, maybe. Missing this one again. CNK. So this is the other movie theater chain. CNK gap up and then gapping. Well, gapped up and now reversing. CNK. And of course, it has room underneath. CNK has room to 17 or so. And let's see, this bond has been halted and resuming several times. Was halted again. Okay, now it's on the way up. Interesting. All right, now Aspen. All right, Aspen has come back now, guys. So Aspen is now actually coming right into a high. Okay, that's what I see. That red line right there, that's a daily high. Can't see it on the daily chart. It happened. I don't know when that happened, but there is the high, 29. So it gets through 22, and this could get rocking a bit. It's an AI alert. It's also showing up on my combo scan. So Aspen takes out 22, and this could get rolling. I think it's on an all-time high, but all right. I am back. EBS continues to rip here, guys. Again, now we're at a 16.7% move from our AI for EBS. So EBS Let's take a harder look at it now. Where could it go now that it's taken out the pre-market highs? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Monthly chart is showing nothing. There we go. So the monthly chart, 373 is a high, so it's at that high. 361, it's at that high. 341, 521. Yeah, 521 is the next high on a monthly chart. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but so Vino did a recent stock split. I remember that now. Yeah, so Vino is the Gaucho group is moving here. Wow, fast morning, guys. 10:27 already. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. Sorry, just internal discussions happening as usual. And some of the scans that I've been talking about. Okay, S Chan, give me a moment, okay? I don't quite save the or you can't. Well, you can have the layout, but I'll explain something, okay? Before I do that. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And every time I go to our website, computer wants to rev up. So this is not a promo code you can use now, guys. Okay, not one you can use now. It expired. So Barry 15 will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. So it'll have to be Barry 15. Let me just put that in there. Thought maybe we'd have one more day with it, but nope. Oops. Okay, so if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Runs you through your download and install, first startup and login. Episode 7, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through all of them. If you have to, I would forget about doc layout. Forget about doc layout. But it is a software program, so obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. Now, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay, this is a free room, and that's what helps to keep the room free is by taking out a subscription. If and when you decide to take one out, whenever that is, I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, use my code. The room gets credit. Okay, and that'll really help to keep the room free. Yeah, I'm just going through a general spiel here, S Chan. Okay, and I'll get to the layouts. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is a great series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. A great series of videos for you. Trade of stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section is here. And here are my scans. So I don't actually share my layout, but you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. So for instance, the relative, the big one that you see right here. No, John, no, I'll give you a better, just give me one moment. Okay. Um, this is called the relative strength leaders. Okay. I've abbreviated it. I know it says relative strength leaders from the close percent, but I've abbreviated it, but this is what you see here. Also, here's the halts resumes. Now, I don't share the charts. I mean, the charts, that's sort of personal. When I say personal, these are the time frames that I like, 15 daily and weekly. You may want something else, but this is the main thing that you might want to have. Also, on my other monitors, I am sharing these. The breakouts. You can see them right here. The breakouts and the breakdowns. You don't have to do the don't repeat if you don't want to. That's why I don't have it in a what I call a doc. You can have them individually. Okay. And this one here is the abnormal option activity is right here. And then this is the one, the combo scan. I call it Pepe in here because Pepe put this together for us. Pepe is in our main room, and I call it the combo scan is right down here. Okay, so you can pick and choose the scans that you want. Now, never want to go against a fellow trader, but and I'm sure he doesn't care. I'm sure he doesn't care because the EBS is working out so well. And I'm talking about the ENVX from RAI. So there was the alert at 8:17. It's at 8:48 now. I know. Shady was short this. I know he said his stop was 860. I have no idea if he's decided to bail early or not. But the doesn't really matter. The EBS. I mean, it's up 33% now, guys, from that alert. And again, yeah, didn't have to take it right at the alert price. You could have let it settle down a bit. Okay. So I hope, yeah, I'm glad you understood what I was talking to S Chan in our YouTube room. Basically, just pick and choose what you want, kind of a la carte. Okay. And also, a big welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the rooms. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and what I call the main room. Both hear me and see my screen. But if you're looking for a little more action in terms of other market, like people talking amongst themselves about trading, the main room is where to be. And just in case anybody who is in YouTube that did not realize there was another room, I can give you the link for it. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more action, there are a lot more traders in the other room, and they throw around ideas. It's not just me all day long. Okay. Ah, missed out on the Aspen. Missed out. Wanted to take it on that break. Maybe it'll pull back. All right, guys. So an explanation, if you're new, about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay. We are excellent at real-time alerting. Okay, depending what you choose as your trigger, and I'll explain that. A lot of companies out there that claim to be real-time scanners, and but we don't have to claim it. We are a real-time scanner. If I right-click on this is an alert window. That's why it has an A in the upper left-hand corner. If I click on it and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell you this is a scan that I put together. You can have it, of course. It's on my homepage. This is the screening aspect. Okay. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive at 10:36 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. All of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real time alert. So it is now 10:36. Okay. The last time this happened, when all these filter requirements were met and the stock made a new high for the day, was this one, SYRA, at 10:31. Okay. And the price was 131. Since then, no other stock has met all the requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how it works. Okay. So if you like this scan, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make a change to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want it to, a completely different price range. Maybe, yeah, well, you can make any change you want. And if you have trade ideas, of course, in order to have this scan, you have to be a subscriber. But maybe there's a filter you want to add. Maybe there's one you want to take out. Up to you. And I'm not trying to force how I trade on anybody. This is what I like to see. Okay. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. This time, if I click on search, notice here, right at the very top, this is what I mean by a trigger. The new high of the day, new low of the day. These are by far the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But you can see, if I keep scrolling down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I get down to these icons, these are our filters. So please listen carefully. You do not have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters. And these are the only two I use: new high of the day, new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. It doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means they don't meet my trading style. I have a certain trading style and I pick what I need. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how, don't look at this and think, man, is this a complicated program? How am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Okay. Okay, John, I'm going to private message you. Okay. I'm just going to type in test to make sure you can see me or see it. Okay. So just give me a moment. Okay. So here's my home page. And then when you click on it, this is what you can use. Okay. Okay. Let me know if it worked. It should work, but let me know. Okay. Ah, okay, guys. So then again, this is it's a trading room, but it's a support room also. Okay, so you can ask me questions all day long. Don't don't, and there's no, wow. Look at the ENVX now. So a couple of excellent ones. Well, three really. I mean, look at even the Pitney Bowes, which I did not take. Obviously, I took the EBS, but I waited a long time. But the ENVX, you want to mention it because I know Shady went short it, but you might be out of it now. So look at these. I mean, three of them, and even the Aspen. The other thing I would do, guys, if you have our AI, is make sure you're in. For me, anyway, in my opinion, make sure in the filter box here it says none. Uncheck anything. Okay. I think you should be watching these all day long. Sometimes you get an alert. Sure, it may drop down below the alert price. Now you won't see it anymore because I think profitable trades is the one that's checked. But doesn't mean that it's, you may be able to find a way to trade it uh, on the way down. Maybe it hits a moving average that you like. Maybe it hits the VWAP or something like that. So I would not lose sight of it. If you're talking to me, moi, no, I don't read the tape. So, but that's but maybe somebody else. So was I able to see the moves on the marijuana stocks on Tuesday? You mean, oh, there definitely be a scan to look at. But when you're talking about right here at the end of the day, like what are you talking about? I'm talking to KRC. Well, I wouldn't have taken. I mean, okay. I mean, CGC had a move from 1090 to, yeah, right there. I mean, sure, there's all sorts of scans that could have. The filter box right there. See, it's a drop down, and I think the default is to check profitable. Okay, and what that means is, the minute that goes slightly negative, you won't see that. You won't see that anymore. And my opinion is that you should see them all day long. And sometimes, just because you get an alert and maybe it drops down. Look at EBS as an example. EBS on that alert at 324. After that, it actually dropped down to three. You wouldn't have seen it anymore. You may have forgotten about it. Okay. Now, sure, it came back, but I want to see them all day long. That's my opinion. So, so KRC, sure, there would have been a way easy to see the start of the marijuana moves, the cannabis plays at the end of the day. Any stock, any alert that had a new high of the day. Oops, I have to do a reboot. I mean, that would have been a new high right there. That would have been a new high of the day at 1116, and it got up to 1161. But but look, I mean, they're very erratic right now. But any scan that has, new high of the day. Now the issue is though, what was its relative volume? The whole idea of trade ideas and creating scans and using filters is you don't. Well, again, you could put a new 5 minute high, but just because you have a scan that says show me the 5 minute highs doesn't mean it's going to keep doing this, right? Okay. I mean, so that's the problem with, I can create a scan that'll show you anything that you want. Okay. The problem is it may show a lot of other things that you don't want to see and it could get lost, if that makes sense. That's why we have filters so that you don't get, you're not overwhelmed by so many. Sometimes you're going to miss stuff. Okay. Does that make sense? I mean, if I had to just if I just said, okay, show me stocks making new highs and lows of the day without any other filters, can you imagine how many I'm going to get? So that's why we always start off. I mean, this one, the momentum scan, as an example. I okay, here's my price range. This is the key. This is sort of a key one, the relative volume. As an intraday trader, my goal every single day is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, and so one of the great filters is this current volume filter, which is time of day sensitive. So that means for me to see a stock with that filter at three, that means it has to be trading at least three times normal. Okay, why am I going to want to see stocks that aren't? So, if I didn't have these filters here, if I just had like even if I just said show me stocks between 1 and 100, and nothing else, I'd be inundated with alerts. So the idea then is to start putting some filters in to reduce that universe of stocks down to a manageable level. And sure, will I miss a stock that's at 2.5 current volume that's ripping? Absolutely. But I mean, you've got to figure out because I reduced this to 2.5, and yeah, I missed that stock that's absolutely ripping, and I see another one that doesn't do anything. So it's not that you can't find things, but it's a matter of, okay, how many stocks are you willing to see? It could be the needle in the haystack. Okay, guys. So ENVX is still working as I pour the last bit of this supercharged tea. Sorry, guys, I had myself on mute just for a second there. So let me, I don't know at what point I put myself on mute. So as an intraday trader, I'm only looking for stocks. Or my number one goal is looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So this screen right here, this window right there, the big green, of course, these are on the way up. This is really, if I'm just looking for stocks that are moving higher, this is all really I need. Okay. Now I do have other scans that I look at, but and as I was saying, we're in earnings season now in a big way. Okay, about 1,000 companies released this week, and it's going to, be very strong for the next 2 to 3 weeks with companies releasing earnings. Notice I don't really care about Apple and the big guys. It's these ones like EBS released earnings. You think Apple's ever going to go up 38%? I mean, it's possible. Don't get me wrong, it is possible. But, EBS is an earnings play. Did anybody know? I mean, I'd seen this stock before, but does anybody really know about EBS? You're certainly not going to see it talked about on the financial TV stations, okay? The cable networks. Sure, the options, I get it. I know trade options. William is talking about options. Can do 38% Apple any day. But I'm into the stocks, and so that's why I love earnings season for the more obscure ones. So I use this, and the other one that I pay attention to is the combo scan right here, because this is a combination of these. There are really four scans here: a breakout, a breakdown, and then in the options, a breakout with options and a breakdown with options. Okay. And the way this is color coded in the option scanner, if it's in brown, this is a suggestion to go short. And if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. So even if you'd waited for this, you know, big confirmation for EBS, because this is for stocks to show up here, it's very hard. That's why we don't see very many. Going back to having the filters. And why do these show up here? because if I look at, let's take a look at SWK. SWK, where did it show up first? Why can't I see it? Oh, it might have done something crazy, like went up first and then down, so I don't see it after. Well, okay, bad example. Okay, but EBS. Okay, look at EBS. EBS shows up in the option scanner. Okay, and it showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. So what this scan does, it goes through this list of the option activity and it checks to see, okay, it showed up here in the abnormal option activity. Did it also show up here in either the breakout or the breakdown? So instead of having to scan through this list and doing a comparison, this does it automatically for you. Okay. And that's why I love it. But that's why there are not too many alerts here because, to show up here, it's fairly tough. And to show up here, it's fairly tough. So to show up in a combination of these, it is really tough. Meanwhile, now the market is deciding just to sort of chop around a bit around that 500 level. Okay. Okay, guys, I've taken most of my ENVX off. Okay. Most of it off in case it's sort of hovering around that 850 mark now. And the reason being, well, still has some room. $9, there is the next high, but looks like it's just sort of stalling. All right, boy, oh boy. I mean, that VSTS, VSTS, again, what a great alert. 1201 was the original alert. I did not take it, unfortunately. Um, and Cuervo now, see, I mean, it's been pretty choppy, but it is now making another new low. So again, why do I like to see this? Don't repeat right beside the I guess we'll call it the repeating. So there's XBP. Somebody just mentioned XBP. Okay. So we had an alert at 10:06 XBP. We had an alert at 10:06. The price was 233. So I can go back. This is ugly, man. Oh, this is ugly though. This is what Europe Holdings. Is this some kind of an ETF? It's a pan-European integrator of bills payments and related solutions. Like, well, I guess it's not an ETF, but I mean, that's ugly, ugly. Ugly meaning look at all these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Higher, sellers knock it down, sellers not. Yeah, I mean, look at all these topping tails. No, I'm not on mute. I am not on mute now. I'm gonna have to do a reboot on my computer. That's so every time it revs up, I sort of mute myself a bit. But so this is hard for me to look at. But the bottom line, Oh, well, okay, here's EBS. First alert in the breakout was at 341. So even if you'd waited, this is past Shady's early call. It's past the AI call. Okay. Even if you'd waited here at 10:09, you can see, you can click on it. You'll get a little blue candle, a little blue arrow that's going to tell you this is on the chart you're looking at. This is a 15-minute chart. If you had a 5-minute chart, it would show on the 5-minute candle. To show you what I'm talking about, if I change this to a 5-minute chart, see here the blue. So that's where it happened on the 5-minute chart. So you could click on, whoops, showed up behind now. All right, so it showed up on the right here in the 15-minute chart. So you can kind of click on these. You don't even have to look left because every time EBS made a new high, you can see it down here or a little earlier, right there, up to 472. So from 341 to 472, obviously is sensational. But you could just you don't even have to do that. If you just have the don't repeat, and you don't have to have the don't repeat. I like it, but you can just click on it, then you can see visually, well, what did it do from that alert? And before it pulled back at all, it went from 350 whatever up to 476. So I mean, you don't have to. And the don't repeat is an option. If I right click and click on right click on a scan, click on properties, and then click on the don't repeat. And these are the options we have. Don't repeat the symbol. Now I've got it for, I usually like it for a day, but if you could don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, whatever. These are your options because sometimes you get a very active scan and it goes over and over and over every time a stock makes a new high. So you may want to reduce that. Up to you. Now I find this is pretty interesting, guys. I mean, well, look at okay, ENVX guys still on the move. I have some left. I don't have a lot left, but I still have enough left. ENVX is still on the move, and 9 is the next level that to be aware of, I guess. So this is interesting to me. Have I done something wrong here? The last is still this Syrah. Last stock to meet all these filter requirements, because this is an active scan. 1 in 100. Current volume is at least 3. All these filter values have to be met. And then if a stock makes a new high of the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was 1031, which is interesting to me because look at the SPY. The SPY is now having a nice bounce. Boy, oh boy. All-time low now? Lifetime low. Look at this VSTS. Lifetime low. This is probably one of the better ones you're going to see for the day. Why? Look how orderly this is on the way down from 13. Okay. I mean, you had a minor pause right here at 11. If you can kind of see my 15-minute chart, there's a little green candle. I mean, it's so minor though, and it little slight pause, and then just kept moving down. And I dismissed it, but this showed up. Now let me explain about this gap continuation or reversal scanner that I got. So if you're into this, there were, yes, you can, insurance casino. I'll answer your question. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Just want to go over this just briefly, okay? So look at Pardo and Rely. Okay, so this is what's happening. There are 4 scans in here. If I right click, and I'm sharing this, okay? I am sharing this on my homepage. There are 4 scans. So if I right click on it and I see strategies, and then this box pops up. So the 4 scans are this: a gap up and go. So what would that mean? What would it look like? It means if you get, well, look, here's the VSTS. Gap up and go means stock gapped up and then it kept moving. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so 4 scans: the gap up and go, which means the stock gapped up and then it kept going. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day long, obviously. Okay. Gap down and reverse. That's, something, and I'm going to look at this one later on in the day to see if it finally has a reversal. Okay, a gap down and reverse, a gap up and reverse, stock gapped up and reversed, and then the gap down and go, which is what the VSTS showed up. It gapped down and it kept moving down. Now, of course, again, it doesn't mean it's going to continue in the directions when the scan when you get an alert. But at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room is, can I have it scanned for just one stock for a specific setup? Yes. If you know what your setup is, okay. Obviously, you have to know what your setup is. But the simple way to do it, let's just say for argument's sake, you had a setup with these filters in place, okay? And now you have to know what your setup is, okay? So let's just say that was your setup. You wanted to see your stock if it met all these filter requirements, okay? If you click on symbol lists, and then this is a drop down menu, and then click on single symbol, and then you could type your symbol in. Then that scan will only look for that symbol meeting the requirements. Does that make sense? So let me do it again. Question in our YouTube room: can I have a scan for just one stock, but for a very specific setup? So imagine if this were your setup. So you'd right click, configure, and then click on symbol lists. And again, this is a drop down menu, all symbols. Click on single symbol and then type that symbol in. Okay, that makes sense. And then, of course, okay. And then it is only going to trigger, that symbol will only trigger if, again, this is a particular setup. If in your setup, it met all the filter requirements and then whatever your trigger was. Okay. Insurance casino, did that help you? Did that make sense? And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Can you give me a moment, guys? I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, insurance casino, could you hear me? Really helps, if you're listening to me, and along if I've explained it so to your satisfaction, just give me a heads up. So I know I'm not just talking to you and you have me on mute. That's anybody who asks me a question. All right, guys. So in about less than an hour, I will be taking a break. One of the other traders will take over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Thursday. I'm going to check to see. Sometimes Andy and Steve switch. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm just going to find out who is going to be in our YouTube room today. I think it should be Steve, but sometimes now Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week, but sometimes he and Andy do a switch. All right, yeah, he just confirmed, so it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about a little less than an hour while I take my break. Yeah, it'll come back eventually, Travis. The next time we have, I don't know, in May, is there a market holiday? I isn't Memorial. Your Memorial. I'm in Canada, so isn't Memorial Day in May for you guys? Yeah, so there's usually a promotion around that. Boy, oh boy. So May 27th. Yeah, so there'll be a promotion around Memorial Day. GCI guys, GCI. Sort of interesting. Is this an earnings play? It is an earning. Look at all these earnings plays. Amazing, isn't it? Next week, let me just do a quick look to see how many earnings plays there are. Give me a moment. Putting myself on mute just for about a minute. Yeah. So this week there were about 1,000, over 1,000 earnings plays, and next week there are even more than 1,100. So this week and next week are probably the two biggest weeks in terms of the number of companies releasing earnings, and that is what makes it exciting. Yeah, Apple. Oh, yeah, so William says he'll keep the room open till 4:15. Doesn't think he'll have the patience to keep it open till 4:30 when Apple releases. Apple, yeah, I don't know why they think they. Okay, insurance. So did that. So did you hear what I was saying then? Did Did I help you as far as the specific setup for for one stock? All right, QNST. Is this an earnings play? This is not an earnings play. Imagine that. It's not an earnings play, and yet it's. I don't know why it is. See any specific reason? Oh, I don't mind going over it again. Insurance. You know, I really don't. If you can hear me now, I'll do it. It won't take long. Only but like 30 seconds. Talking to insurance casino in our YouTube room. But I'll wait for you to say yes, please do it again or something like that. What's an option? Well, I'll tell you what. Go to investopedia.com or some for a full explanation of what an option is, okay? But I will go over the option filters that we have. We don't scan for options. Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was a serious question. So we do have some option filters. For those of you who do trade options and you're looking for the abnormal stocks today, I right click and configure and I go to search and I type in options. Okay. So these are the option filters that we have. Again, we do not scan for options, but if you're looking for, stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, this will certainly help if that's what you want. So we have the put call ratio. We have some obvious ones. The put call ratio, the option volume today, the put and call volume today. Okay. Now this option volume, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Using that with this option volume today percent, that will help you find stocks that are trading really abnormally in terms of options. So let's just say a stock has traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, okay, on average. If you use this filter here, option volume today, you add that filter, and I put 300% ratio of 3. For me to see that stock that has normally traded over the last 10 days, 5,000 contracts, for me to see that today, you'll have to be trading at least 15,000 contracts 3 times. Okay. So, of course, then that may or may not help you trade the options that day for that stock. I don't trade options, but I've had people tell me, yeah, it does help. Now, the PRDO guys, the PRDO that showed up. Wow, this is what man, another great move. Another great move. Earnings play, PRDO, all-time high now. I think we saw it right on this 22 break. I did not take it. So many things coming through for me, but all I try to do is point out some opportunities if it meets your trading style or plan. I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade. Don't take a trade. Okay. Okay. Insurance. Yeah. Again, we do not scan for options, but okay, guys. So I'm going to do a reboot when I take my break. Well, I don't know what the plan for most. I mean, I'd be interested on a eventually a potential bounce. Shoot, it already has. Remember, I was saying that at some point this will probably bounce. I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah. But the trick, the trick, of course, or trick, not easy. I mean, you try to figure out, well, will it bounce here? Will it bounce here? Will it bounce here? Now, the clue for me, had I been following this a lot better, is this big bottoming tail here. So, at one point, this was a red candle down to 887, but the buyers uh, closed it up at 954. And then looked like, the next candle was not red. So, there was an opportunity to play a bounce in this area, So, and, the converse of that is maybe, here's a PRDO. Is this getting way too extended at some point? At some point, you would think it's going to run out of steam and maybe turn into a nice little short. I'm not a big, I am trying with my reversal scanner to, play some of these. That's not my style though, but I'm trying to, be aware of them. So I'm actually toying with the idea of making an adjustment to the reversals. Because the problem with it, meanwhile, look at this Corvo. I mean, it is continuing to move down. So I mean, it's been a little bit erratic because it had the pop up, but it's continuing to move down now. So the problem can be that now this is not bad for the ING, okay, because it was fairly tight up here. In order to trigger the reversal, it has to make a new low for the day, okay. So the pro well, imagine on a reversal up though, because the stock could have been moving. Let's see if I can find a good example. Well, VSTS could have been a good example if it showed up, because you see the day, okay, the 930 or the 930 candle. So if this were a reversal play, it would have to break this up here, which is of course too late. So what I want to do is maybe instead of a new high, like a breaking the new high of the day, maybe a new 5-minute high. and get that alert and see what happens, if that makes sense. Because again, the trigger, it has to be a new high of the day or new low of the day. And sometimes that's going to be way too extended when you see the alert. So what I actually could do is this. It's only on the reversals that I care about. So the gap down in reverse, open the alert window, okay, and then configure. I'm going to do a search. I type in 5 minutes. Actually, I probably just type in high. Okay. So there's a 5 minute high. Okay. So if I get rid of this new high up here, because I'm going to run them, I want to run them kind of concurrently. So there now is a 5 minute high. And you guys can do the same thing. Okay. Okay. So that's that one. And then the same thing on a gap up and reverse. Now I want a 5 minute low and get rid of the new low and just have a new 5 minute low. Now I could get overwhelmed with alerts. That's the issue though. I could get overwhelmed with alerts. And that's what I don't want that. But we'll see what happens. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be back. Give me about 5 minutes, actually. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Time is it right now? 11:24. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, the interesting thing about that particular one is that you can maybe just put a stop. So let's take a look at Z Lab, okay, Z Lab right here. Okay, so let's just say you decided, you know what, I think this might be starting to go down. Well, you'd have to have a 5 minute chart up, of course, but you could put your stop at the high of the 5 minute chart where the alert happened. So it's a pretty defined stop. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to uncheck my reversal scans there. Now, again, you tend to get overwhelmed. New 5 minute highs, of course, you're going to get a lot of alerts. So, are you talking about what time frame, Penny Master? So, the question is, how can I find a stock trading sideways? What time frame? Intraday or daily? Or we do have some consolidation filters. I don't use them, but you can try them. We do have some consolidation filters daily. Okay, so if I right click on a scan, okay, an alert window, but you could use it in a top list window, however you see fit. But this is what you want to do is click on search and just type in consolidation. Okay. So these are the intraday consolidations. Okay. But here's your daily consolidation. So if you want to see a stock that is traded, it's basically sideways for 4 or 5 days, add the filter, minimum of 4, and see what happens. Now, what you might get is a lot of stocks that you're going to see flatlining. That could mean that there is a buyout, and so the stock is was trading. But you could see a lot of stocks doing that. But you can try that. There's your consolidation days filter. Okay, and then obviously other filters to use, price range, volume, and all that sort of stuff. But that would be your main filter that will find stocks that are basically trading sideways. Okay. Wow. So I know what you're talking about, Poe. You're talking, or was that Poe who talked about the QRVO? Yeah, over and over and over again. 92, 92.62, 92.41 is so a couple of dollars still to the next low. 11:32. Half an hour, guys. I'm on a break. 'So yeah, this has been quite a day for the AI guys. There's only one that is PPC. That's the only one that is negative. I mean, don't see too many days like this, but and that's why I'm saying if I have this on profitable, that one disappears. Don't do it. I would uncheck it because there's no reason not to keep following PPC. It may trigger at a different price for you, depending on your trading style. So let's take a look at PPC. Okay, so the idea was to short it at 34.87. Okay, in that range. So it has popped up. So what if it took out 35 again, though? A little bit above that. So that's what I want to do. I want to put an alert just underneath 35, see if it takes it out. I mean, the stock is still, down for the day, not much, but it is still down for the day. Or or think of it this way. The AI is not infallible. Maybe this is a better now as a long play. Okay? You'd never know that though, because if you won't see this if you have the only profitable. Is that hopefully that makes sense? Because to me now, this doesn't look like a bad going long play because if you look left, $36 is the next high. And it's only 12 cents under yesterday's close. If the market's not helping now, but or maybe you think of it this way. It gets up to yesterday's close. Yesterday's close can be a bit of an impediment. Okay. Yesterday's high could block it. Not high. The close could block it. And then let's say it got into the close of yesterday and then it starts to fall. You may say, you know what, I'm shorting it there, which would be a lot better than shorting it at 34.87. But you'd never know that. You'd never know to see this and think of it that way, if that makes sense. Wow, Ian, I don't have very much left, but ENVX still. I put an alert up here at 9. I mean that is the high, and again, the weekly high is right around there. You can see it got almost right into that weekly high. All right, this is an interesting one, perhaps. Look at the APPN, okay? Beaten up on earnings, still down almost 20%, but look what it's trying to do, okay? You can kind of see that if it gets to that high there, 29.72, and that's not that far away, this may be a good bounce play, okay? I mean, it's had all these bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers close it higher every time. And now it looks like maybe the buyers are getting more aggressive. Now, Steve Gomez, who will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes or so, he loves this 10 SMA, that orange line, which is on my 15-minute chart. If this stock breaks out above that orange line, okay, it is very possible that it could have a run, because this orange line, this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, can act as resistance. But if it breaks through it, that could be a great looking bounce trade. Now, I think what he needs though is for the candle, the 15-minute candle has to close above the line, and then you start really watching it. The reversal of that is if a stock is moving down and comes into that 10 SMA, will that be support, and it could bounce off it? But Steve will talk about this, I guarantee it, in about 20 minutes from now when he takes over for me in our YouTube room, as this is his favorite indicator. Yeah, of course, it works for Steve. Doesn't necessarily, of course, PJ, of course, but he loves it, and I like to point it out. And if it meets your trading style, I'm never trying to jam a style, not my style, anybody's style, down anybody's throats. I mean, so here's another one, guys. So here's the AVNW. Okay, so there is the 930 candle. For me to see this and call it the old scan, the reversal scan, it would have to take that high out. I am seeing it now because it made a new 5-minute high, and I'm just going to monitor this and see. Yeah, it's my computer. I'm going to do a reboot once I put myself on mute, or once I take my break. So Barbara, you would not want that, okay? You Oh, the price alerts window. You're talking about the price alert window to pop up on your screen when there's a price alert. You're not talking about the gap. You're not talking about a scan. You're talking about the price alerts window. Okay. Well, that's easy. Just minimize it. So here's my price alerts window. Okay. So I just minimize it. So when I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen. Okay. So just minimize your price alerts window. And when something triggers, it'll just pop up on your screen. That's what I do. Well, I don't know about a profit target, Brian, but I mean, I've been saying that nine could be the big stop. Okay. The big resistance area. I mean, it already, you can see that the highs were 893 and 890. Okay. Well, that's the high, not just today, though. If I look at, if we look at ENVX, it's, I wasn't really looking at the day's high. I was looking at I might take this trade. But the spread is terrible. But for me, it was looking first at the daily chart, and there's a high right there. Sorry, what are we looking at? Oh, the weekly chart. Sorry, the weekly chart. So the weekly high over here is 903, and you can see it kind of got right in there. Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Oh, you're talking about my volume. You're talking about me. Well, okay, that's because I'm kind of moving in and my head is moving around a lot. I'm having to look at other monitors, and so I'm not in a fixed position when I'll try to be a little better. Thanks for pointing it out. But if you're talking about my computer, yeah, that is an issue, and I'm going to do a reboot. All right, guys. So here is the APPN. APPN is a 5 minute high. It's right on that 10 SMA, and let's see if it can take it out. Yeah, it'll when I reboot, it should quiet down. I do apologize. Yeah, it is. All right, guys, I am testing this. I've taken this APPN. Okay, I've taken it. We're going to test this little 5 minute high on a reversal. Okay, as opposed to having to wait for the break of the high of the day. All right, guys, we've got a new we've got a new scan. Well, guys, I might put myself on mute until I take my break. I'll come back if there's a question, but this is driving me crazy. If it's driving you crazy, think about me. I'm sitting right beside it. So, so the APPN, I've taken some off. Okay, I mean, I have no idea what to expect out of this, but yes, the our AI did recommend or give an alert for EBS. Question in our YouTube room. Yes, it did. Right here at 324. At 9:40, there was the alert. 324 was the price. And of course, since obviously it went a lot higher before it pulled back at all, got up to what, almost 476 before it pulled back. So yes, it did. Question from our YouTube room. No, this has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay. It's just a coincidence that the AI has EBS. Okay. It also has ASPN. Okay. Now, a lot of these are stocks that are really, really active. So it's possible, some of them are going to be AI alerts, but no, it's not like they're all AI alerts. I mean, there's EBS. Yes, it's here. PBI could be somewhere. There's PBI down here. ENVX is here. So today is a day. Now, Corvo, you're not going to see anything short. You're not going to see here. So on a day today, yes, the stocks are a lot of them are going to be AI alerts. Not, but it's not necessarily every day like that. Okay, it just happens to be. It's kind of coincidental. Why does the ENVX chart not allow me to pull up this? Okay, well, let me see if it. So I don't know why, Brian. I don't know why. Well, these are just stocks that are really trading abnormally. Okay, Mr. Q Mason. Okay. So I don't know why it's pulling up for me. You've got it active. When I say active, you've right clicked on your chart and clicked on properties and then clicked on, and it's showing up on my other monitor, but show the smart risk levels. And we went through this yesterday, I think, for some, but I'm showing it right there. Now, are you using a, oh, I don't want to, I want to bring take a look at a new chart. Are you using our web-based version? Because maybe that's it. Don't think it is though, but right click. It shouldn't be. No, I'm able to bring up on the web-based version or our legacy charts, as Pepe calls them. So I don't know why it's not bringing it up for you, Brian. But I would not pay any attention to a profit target in this. Remember, it's just double the difference. Remember what the smart stop is, okay? Just very generally. It's interesting. So the smart stop is now used to be you used to have to click on an alert window. So remember what the smart stop is. When you click on a symbol, the smart stop is generated and it's based on the current price, okay? The price. So assuming you got in this trade at 308 for GCI, that little red dotted line there, they're suggesting a stop at 301, okay? If GCI, if I clicked on it later on in the day and GCI was up at, $4, the smart stop would still not be there. It adjusts to the current price of the stock, okay? So that the APPN for me was just a nice little quick trade, okay? I mean, I'm just testing this little 5-minute break. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. Ah, right, Pepe. Of course, of course, of course. Yeah, Brian. If you click on EBS, or sorry, EMV, you click on anything from our from the AI, you will not get this. You will not get it because what the AI is trying to tell you, well, there's the stop. Okay, there is the stop. So they don't want you to click on something and then see a different stop. Okay, that's the reason. But if you clicked on, you know, ENVX from here or another scan, you'll get it. Maybe that's probably the reason. Forgot about that. Thank you, Pepe. I'll have to. I think now I'll remember. Forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. We discovered that yesterday. Hmm. Holy son of a gun. Yeah, look what happened. Now, I took a sort of a quick I took a quick there is no setting for that. So Jack, JMac, the question is, you're not getting all this information at the top when you hover over a candle and you're using the legacy charts. There's no setting for it. I don't think anyway, unless I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think there's a way to disable that, is what I'm saying. Right, Pepe? There's no way to, what JMac is saying is that when he's hovering over in our legacy charts, when it hovers over a candle, he's not getting the little pop-up up the top there that shows you all the information. And I certainly am, but I don't think there's a setting. There's no on off on this. Hey, Pepe, the box. Well, I didn't ever think there was a pop-up. I thought it was just all this. The pop-up is on the pop-up is on the other charts. Okay, or on the HTML charts. I mean, if this is what you're talking about, yeah. I mean, here you have to hover over it, and there's your pop-up. The pop-up does not happen on the legacy charts ever. I don't really like this, to be honest. I'd much rather just hover over and look on top. You know, to me, it's a lot easier. Pepe, just before I go, I shut down my music, and that seems to have really, really, really quieted my machine. Does that make sense? That's all I did. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop. So that means Steve is in our YouTube room. So just give me a moment, Steve. So I've put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Steve. And I'll put myself on mute now in the main room. And I'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can welcome. I'm assuming you can hear me, Steve.
Yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. So Steve Gomez is taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Steve works at Trade Ideas. And Thursday is when you can hear Steve. And Steve is also the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can ask some questions about that. But also, Steve, I always refer to you talking about the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart and how you love
magic.
it. So how it's magic. Now, interestingly, Steve, take a look at APPN. Okay, take a look at
use pre-market. So okay. All right. What I see is a signal candle telling us the downside momentum abated. And because it's a closing green candle, solid green candle trading back above this downside line, shorts needed to see that right there, and it didn't happen. So that's what I see.
Oh, no. I'm talking about going long.
Okay.
Long.
So, okay, assuming
like a break of
we're talking the same thing, just two different trades. Yeah. Yeah. We're talking the same thing. Yeah. It's so the downside momentum has abated. If you were a short, you get out. If you want to go long, then you take a chance and you try to ride that thing back up. Yeah.
So what I did was, you may have heard me talk. I've got a reversal scan. Okay. So this is a classic gap down and reverse. Okay. But the problem is that my trigger was the high of the day. So, I mean, obviously, if you look at APPN, I mean, the high of the day is way up here at 32. So to get that trigger way up there, it's already run a lot.
No, you don't.
So all I did was I said, you know what? I'm testing this now.
Okay.
How about a 5-minute high?
So it's the same philosophy. It's like you want to be early. Okay, I use this on my exits when I'm in a trade. Like again, if this was a short, I use that as my signal candle to get out. And I just noticed that if you can do that more often than not, that is you applaud yourself for a very early good exit. And so you're doing the same thing, just in reverse. You're not waiting for that new high. You're saying, hey, this is an early signal here. I might want to just kind of creep my, couple lots in here and see what happens. And if it starts to build on itself, maybe add to it.
And then also you can probably put in a pretty defined stop, either the
and
low,
then
the
use the
previous
high of the
high.
day as I'm sorry, but I just got excited. Use the high of the day as your as your target, because
Well,
everybody
yeah,
else is coming in, and then you're fading out and taking
yeah.
profits.
So anyway, I'm just trying that today. Because I was noticing a lot of those scans were like, I love the idea of the reversal, but the trigger of a high of the day sometimes can be way too
Late.
extended when you get it. So anyway, okay, I'll
I
let you
agree.
go.
I have a question
Um,
though. I
yes.
swear on these, maybe you know the answer. I'm not adept at these top tree maps, but I thought my green quadrant used to be on the right. Is there a way to reverse these and flip them? Did I do something wrong? Are you?
Okay. So
I feel like I
green.
dragged something and they switched on me.
So okay, I'm seeing that you have got ALLR on top.
I'm
So
looking at my tree map here. I'm the red on the left and the green
oh
on the right.
okay.
Yesterday I had green on the right and red on the left, and I think I did something and I saw in
Oh, I
real
see what
time.
you mean. I see what you mean. I'm
Yeah,
not sure because I'm only interested in on the ones up. I'm not looking at the ones that are down ever
right. It's
in
just
that.
a
So yeah,
preference. Sort
yeah, I
by,
don't
says
know.
Peppy. Let's see.
Yeah, ask Pepe. He'll know. Sort by. There you go.
Okay, so sort. Oh, short. I'm sorting by short the float. So what I want to do is sort by change from the open. Maybe let's try that. All right, there you go. Pepe to the rescue.
There you go.
Thank you. Learn something new every day, even though I'm user number 3. It's all this newfangled stuff.
Well, you're like an old doctor, okay, who can't keep up with all the new stuff. The new
No,
doctors are all up to date on all the new scan technology, and you're stuck back in the '60s.
that's right. Well, I'll let you go, Barry.
Okay, I'll see you
Enjoy
in
your
about an
break.
hour. I know you have to. I'll try to get there about 5
Yeah,
two. Okay. Okay.
thanks.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody joining. First off, yeah, thank you, Peppy, for that. I couldn't wrap my head around what I had done wrong. I must have changed the sort, and that's what happened. I didn't catch that, but I like the new way of looking. Smart. Brian Shannon got me in this trade. I'm just going to straight up tell you, and let's just start with this. I mean, right off the bat, that's no longer relevant because I'm in the trade. Two things I like, well, three things I like here. Four. One of them, Brian pointed out to me, back channel. Two, apparently we got a short float of 21%. Three, I also like the profile, a advanced small modular reactor and nuclear technology. There's been a lot of discussion about, do we need to go back to nuclear power? And I've noticed a lot of the uranium stocks today are kind of got some green to them. NXE, UUU, DNN, we looked at that one. So I went ahead and bought a little of this, probably a half the size, and I might add to it. But I'm really hoping that I get a break and a trigger and a price alert above the highs here. And if it does that, I'm going to try and ride it for a day and see what happens. Now, what I like about it, 3 and 4, I never finished, is it's above its intraday 10 SMA, which Barry was just alluding to. So it's building a base where it needs to. And it's also above its 5-day SMA. So these two moving averages are very key to me. And if they're above both, then they might have some strength to them. Like a doctor. What I wasn't going to say, because I wanted to let Barry get on his break, but I used to be a pilot, and they like you to read the monthly National Transportation Safety Board incident reports. So you could see in which, what type of crash has happened and what happened and what to learn from them based on the investigation. And most of the time, small single engine private planes like flew into the side of a mountain or flew where they shouldn't or when they shouldn't. And it was pilot error that ultimately led to it, not so much a malfunction. Interestingly enough, it was easy to look at the data and say, there's a lot of doctors in that group. There's something about doctors that make a lot of money and they can afford private planes, but there's something about their ego that just, they think, I can do this, and they can't. My wife used to get those reports. Yeah, BB. So ask your wife if she ever heard, like, a doctor flying his Bonanza V twin into the side of a mountain because he wasn't paying attention to the lenticular clouds. But I just find that fascinating when you see like a group and you can just kind of stereotype and say, yeah, that's an interesting subset that just doesn't want to follow the direction of others because doctors know best, right? All right, we're way off topic here. So anybody that has shown up for help, I mean, we tell all the people all the time in our chat room, here's an answer, here's a quick screenshot, but you really should check out our 12 o'clock Eastern midday support sessions because that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to just, ramble, even though I can do it. I don't mind doing it. We'll talk about whatever. But I'm going to look at the questions box and, see if anybody has any needs of understanding or they want to figure out how to, do something. Also charts. I'm happy to look at any chart you guys put up all day long. And you guys know that I will give you the unvarnished truth. I won't go easy. I'll tell you exactly what I see, and you probably should get value out of that. So getting back to my trades, this one's actually starting to work for me. Beat. Patrick's in here today, but this is a story stock that I'm staying in as long as it stays above the 50-day SMA. It's not a swing trade. I'm just going to, it's an investment. So far, so good. I decided to jump into DJT a little bit yesterday, but I've been in DJT warrants for a while, so I've got a really good position. I've been in since down here. The warrants are an interesting breed. They have a much cleaner chart. I like the chart, and if things really start going, you could get some leverage. Yes, definitely a quick recap of Holly recaps, and we can do that under the context of how would you play these as moderate mode, meaning you manage the trades. You don't go conservative and say, hey, I don't trust myself. AI, you tell me when to get out of the trade and get out of the trade for me, because let's just see here. Oh, perfect. It's going to prove my point. It's a good day for them. They're up. Conservative. This means conservative profit is up 440 based on my assumptions, which let's look at that. My assumptions are tools and options, AI, trade size. I'm doing all of these based on $100 stop loss. So the system already knows the stop loss when the trade comes out, and it's calculating if the stop loss triggers, how many shares would that be? So it equals a perfect negative $100 because I'm saying do not exceed 100 on the stop loss trades. It's a very easy, efficient way to try and manage your risk. However, moderate profit means you don't get out with AI. You manage the trade. And now that's what we're going to talk about. How do you manage the trade better and get 24% out of EBS versus the profit save? Let's look at that one just to start with right here. So AI got out of EBS. Perfect example. I love where we're starting here. I need to get the trades on there. Hang on a second. Property, show AI trades. There we go. Okay, here was our AI entry. Not a bad entry. Gap up, but it was early. Beautiful move. Ideally, you should be kind of a seller on some of these moves up here as they really take space away from our 10 SMA. So the moderate mode in AI, the way I would play it, I'm not a day trader anymore, but if I was, this is how I would play it. Profit save. Okay, so at some point in conservative mode, the AI got out of EBS saying, oh my God, it's a pullback. It was probably right, probably in here somewhere. And the AI does that a lot. Profit save, profit save, profit save. It is really interested in not giving back any profits. But sometimes you got to let stocks breathe a little bit and see if there's a round two in the day. And the way in which I do that is I use the 10 SMA. So a sideways action, which is what we have here, is very strong versus a price pullback. Boom, high, and then sideways. That's extremely strong, like a hockey stick upside down. All we have to do, and this is my rule, so listen up. If you're somebody who's joined Trade Ideas for the AI and you've discovered that we no longer support auto trading, it was just over people's heads, it was too difficult. But what we will allow people to do, of course, is mimic the AI. And in doing so, you're going to be wise to know how to manage your own exit, manage your own risk. So this is what I would do. Any closing candle, right now we got 12 minutes after the hour. So in 3 minutes, this little green spug here is going to close. Ideally, it needs to close above the rising 10 SMA. And the reason I say emphatically wait for the closing candle is because they will try to trick you. They meaning the sellers, the algorithms, whatever. Little quick spurts of down move to see if there's any stops or any momentum below. But when the price pops back up above this line, intra candle, that's a constructive way to look at it. And so we got 2 minutes now, and we're going to wait and see if we can close above. And so if this candle, for whatever reason, and let's say we were in EBS here, it's let me go to, actually, let me click here. I'm going to go to moderate. I guess moderate, conservative. There we go. So in conservative mode, it made $178. In moderate mode, it's still up 190 at the moment. So we're still barely above the AI's exit, and we're trying to use the human element here to see if we can pop this thing back to highs and really get the most out of it. So we've got 1 minute or almost 1 minute to go. We'll see if this candle closes above. And if it does, then we stay in the trade until the next closing 15-minute candle. And if you do that, and you adhere to that simple rule, and by all means, please sim trade, use the sim trader. If you don't jump into these new ideas using your own money, use the sim trader. Paper trade, get familiar with different concepts and ideas, and get out of these old trades and practice on the sim trader. So, back to EBS, we got 1 minute, we got 20 seconds here. Oh, it's going to be actually close. It's really trying to push itself down. And then we'll look at the next trades. Oh, look at that. It wants to go below. Maybe this thing is done. Oh, it's going to likely close with a little bit of red just below. Well, that could be a very early warning. I'll say that's close enough for government work, but I don't like it. I would rather have seen that push, especially midday. We're in lunchtime at East Coast. People might need to take a profit on something that's up 100%. So the more it's up on the day, the less I trust it. Towards the end of the day, I'd probably get out of this trade right here and just say, I did the best I could. All right, I hope that helps. Let's move on to the next one, ENVX. If you're trading this one on your own, we got a catalyst of earnings, so that's always good. I like this entry. I like this entry a lot. Look at the blue line. It waited for the price to come in a little bit, and the AI found on support is the name of this strategy. ENVX, great entry, almost at the low of the day there. And this one, please note, there is no exit strategy. So this one is still open in AI conservative and moderate mode. The AI has seen no reason to get out of this trade, and neither do we. Why? Because it's handily above its 10 SMA. Let's just let this thing go and see what happens. So no reason to get out of that one. Yeah, let's go through the AI, then I'll get to the MindMed, because I do have thoughts on that. ENVX just took the lead, so it's now up over EBS. Okay, PBI, another interesting one that's going sideways, and here we are at the same spot, inflection. The last candle held, but the current candle building is starting to get a little weak. It's up 22% on the day. It really needs, in the next few minutes, it needs to start showing something. But if it bleeds below and closes below, then that's a moderate out. That's your own way of managing your own risk and getting out. think I missed one. Same thing, ASPN, it's a broken record here. It's above its moving average. No reason to get out, even though the AI did. So the AI had a conservative profit on ASPN of $41. If you're moderate and managing the trade yourself, you're still up 92, double, and you're managing the trade and getting better yourself. So these are the reasons why you want to be in moderate mode, to teach yourself how to trade. I missed this one on the short side. Let's flip it upside down. Same thing, just like I was talking about with Barry. That trade that Barry got in, the price broke through and closed above the declining 10 SMA. Short sellers need to see this pretty quick. Again, you know, when I take over midday here, this is a lot of times during the midday where people want to take their profits. And so the momentum starts to die. How do we gauge momentum dying? The next closing candle above, the shorts probably want to cover. A couple more on the short side, same thing. All these trades are still looking pretty good. You see, and this is a good example here. So this candle tried to make some noise and it got squashed, and the second candle squashed. So this one's still looking good as a short. I hope you guys are kind of seeing what I'm seeing here, because I'm very visual and that's all I want. This short got blown out quickly. Great example here. Let's finish on this. The AI conservative mode waited for this horrible reversal to get out. So if you were using that, you had a horrible $100 loss. As you can see, there's my $100 loss. But what if you were managing the trade yourself? And what if you saw this signal candle right there? A green closing candle above the 10 SMA. That is your signal candle telling you momentum is switched. Wouldn't it be nice to have gotten out here on your own in moderate mode versus not trying to think for yourself and getting out in conservative mode? All right. I think you guys see where I'm going with all that. Conservative mode is not going to help you in the long run. You need to learn how to manage risk and read charts. Okay, I'll backtrack to you, Mike. Lendy Moore, what time frame do you use for short swings? 3 to 5 days out. Yeah, I'm going to go to, I'm actually a bit shorter than that. 3 to 5 days out. If I've got a good trade by the third and fifth day, Linda Moore, I've probably only got a 1/4 position left. The meat of my profit taking is in like the second half of day two, the first half of day two. So I call it my day and a half trade. And I'm going to go to a current trade I'm in, SMR as an example. I don't know if I'm going to get it. Starting to pull back. So if I get this trade, SMR has got 20% short. We've got a very tight range. I'm obviously anticipating, right? I'm not chasing anything. I'm anticipating. And I told Andy earlier, this was a call from Brian Shannon back channel. Look at this. We broke the 10 SMA. So I don't have that support anymore. Now I've got the backstop of this thing. What is this? This is my 5-day moving average. These are the only two indicators I use on my intraday to determine what's happening in real time intraday. But the question is, how long do I hold a trade for? Well, if I'm lucky enough to get this thing to go, I'm just going to sit in it all day. Maybe I get a nice green move like that. And if my ideal trade is to find those and sit in them all day, and then day two, you either get a nice gap up or you get continuation, then I flip to the sell side and I'm making nice, easy limit outs at new highs. But I might keep 1/3 or 1/4 and let it pull back 2 or 3 days. I don't care if it pulls back and breathes. I don't have my full position anymore. I've only got, 20, 30% of it. And sometimes you can look down and those things can sit on your blotter for 5, 10 days and they work pretty well. If I'd have done that with my initial position in Carvana and never sold it, I mean, I was so happy to get in and out of that thing for 5 or 6 points. Way back here, back in here, down in here. So, geez, sometimes you never know. Oh, speaking of signal candles, Carvana gave us one. So if somebody wants to short momentum, the break of momentum after a giant gap, there's probably a lot of people looking at this saying, oh, I would love to take profits on this. And so the crowd psychology is starting to get a little restless. One could make a good case to short a break of 115, and your out is the next closing candle above the rising 10 SMA. I'm not telling anybody to trade that. I'm just saying that's an idea. All right, let's backtrack to Mike now. A stock I'm very familiar with. I don't know what happened, Mike. It looked like earnings were supposed to be yesterday or today, and now they're off a week, which is kind of weird. I participated in this and I sold it yesterday. I participated off the 50, took a day and took 2 days actually, and sold it all yesterday because I didn't want to take it into earnings. I come over here today and look for earnings, and they're now a week later. I don't get that. I love the stock. I love the story. I love what it's doing. It's as long as it holds above its 50. I will say this, I'll probably get back in it, and I'll set that alert right now. If it trades back above that high and back, if it gets back into clean air here above the 20 SMA, I'll probably jump back in. But I don't really like holding anything through earnings. This ENVX. There's our that's an AI trade, isn't it? Sure is. Nice short. I didn't even catch that short float. This is a really good one. Really solid trade. And look at how it respected. That's what you want to see as an intraday momentum hold right there. Boom. No tangling whatsoever with the moving averages like we've seen in some others. So recent pots, yeah, I gave it a shot, Mike, based on the pot stock news, but it didn't really seem to translate much over to the psychedelic stock, MindMed. I bought a shit ton of Cybin too, and I had to flat that one. I thought that Cybin might run that day when that news came out. It had to break 35 cents, and it never did. It still hasn't. Horrible daily chart, so I gave up on that. That was a news trade that didn't work. Okay, so that's probably a good synopsis there for MindMed. ENVX showing up on my short squeeze and AI. Oh, this one's making a new high, but not by much. Oh, the market. What's going on? I haven't looked at the market. All right, so speaking of yesterday, typical Fed day. Interest rates steady, news comes out, the algorithms read the news, and then Jerome starts talking. I didn't like the fact that it broke above my 5-day here. You know, that's hard to sit through if you're short, which I am short, and I'll explain. Then he starts talking, and then he starts getting asked tough questions, and the sellers come in and pound the close. Well, it looks like today 425 in the Q seems to be the resistance. If this candle rolls back over and closes down below the 10 SMA, we could be testing lows again by the end of the day. I am short by way of SQQQ. All right, I am short the Qs. I noticed back here you can do signal candles on the daily too. When a stock breaks the 50-day like that, definitively, that's a signal to get out. Things are probably not going to get much better, and they didn't. They bounced right back up, and get my bounce right back up, and they got held down and thrown back down at the 20-day. So they gave up the 50, bounced to the 20-day. The 20-day acted as new resistance, threw the price back down. Here's that ridiculous move yesterday, only to close on lows. I don't care who you are. That's not really the kind of intraday move you see in bull markets. You would see that push and then a move higher. A complete round trip like that is just kind of confirming to me that we're on the other side of the mountain here in the market. These were the good old days back here, higher base camp, and we look at how it held on like a ledge and then broke. This is what I talked about on Trader TV. It broke that 50, gave us a dead cat bounce because you get oversold. And the dead cat bounce runs right, low volume into the next moving average. And now we're just trying to work itself out. I don't know how we're going to close today, but so I'm short that by way of SQQs. Oops. It's an inverse. I don't try to look at the chart on an inverse because the charts are wacky. You want to look at the underlying, which was the natural cues. So if the markets go to lows, this is going to shoot up for me. Now, I'm going to say this. This is I'm irresponsibly short. And by irresponsibly, I mean like heavily weighted in another account, a short account. The IYR, and that is the commercial real estate trust. It's below its 50. It broke there. It broke its 200. Bounced up. Can't get back above the 20. Can't get back above the 20. You know, there's a story there. If anybody lives near an office park, how much space is available? Retail is kind of coming back, but office space is pretty much dead for so many reasons. You know, one of them, just food for thought. You know, a lot of these commercial business parks and office buildings, I mean, they can house a couple floors of telemarketers or customer support reps, phone reps, where you got to drive to a campus, bring your lunch, get your 40-minute lunch, you go to the refrigerator and eat it, and then you go back to your phones. And the AI technology that's out over the next year or 6 months, there's no need to bring people back to buildings. For whatever reason, that's one of many. COVID did it. People like working at home now. Companies are adjusting to that. I'm just not bullish on commercial real estate. Interest rates are tough as well. So I have a position, which another levered inverse ETF is SRS. SRS will move ultra fast compared to, let's see, SRS is down 1 when IYR is up 7. So this is a triple. No, it's a double. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's about a double. So if the IYR, commercial real estate, starts to get really ugly again and rates don't come down, for whatever reason, I just watch the charts. If IYR rolls over and goes to lows, that's a big position for me. And I often talk about, does the chart confirm the story? I can give you tons of reasons why the story is there for commercial real estate to drop more, but I won't talk myself into that if the chart tells me otherwise. And what would do that to me? If the price finds a way to come back up and recapture the 200-day, well, then I might have to rethink this position. I don't know if I want to stick around for that because I've got so much of it. I need it to hold like it did there yesterday, and I need it to start to roll back down. And that will make me happy. Keep the performance going. All right, let's see what else. Sorry, just catching up on a couple things here. All right. Hello, Patrick. K-Web. Yeah, that's Andy. I mean, if you saw Andy calling China on Trader TV on Monday, he nailed it. PDD is working for him very well. He called that one out. So he's quietly counting his money over there today. You can ask him about it tomorrow. But he should get some street cred for calling some of those China names that he had. I think he liked Baba too. Yep. Boy, look at him go. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a closing candle. Oh, we just closed with a little bit of red, didn't we? Or this is the new, I don't know what's going on here. Let's just see. But again, somebody who's not bullish the market, and I've got a couple of shorts on. If I start to see some more of that in the NASDAQ, it's going to make me feel a bit more confident in my shorts. Short positions, that is. All right. I think we're caught up on my questions. If not, let me know if I missed something. Let's go through some of these short squeezers. XPI holding. ELVN holding. So this is my short squeeze channel. A lot of green in there today. What happened to EX? All right, let's see what else is going on. What are the spies doing? Are they starting to break? They're starting to get a little heavy too. They couldn't get above 503. NASDAQ could not get above 425. It's feeling a little heavy for the second half of the day. We'll see what there's CYB. Did it break 35? No, it's still trying. I don't trust that as far as I could throw it. Why? This. I don't trust that. Beat, again, this is a stock that I'm in. It's got like a competitor, cardio, but they don't have the patents that Beat has, and the price reflects that. This thing's just been on a death march compared to the patents that this one has. For people with cardiologists, they can do it from their iPhone, send them a 12-point EKG. Not that I even pretend like I know what that means, but that's the headline. All right. Anybody have anything they want to look at? Any questions they need? And yeah, I forgot to check this back tester. We were having some issues with this. There we go. It's working. Good. iRobot. Okay, here's an interesting concept. This iRobot, yeah, it's on highs today and it's got a lot of shorts. Actually, earnings are coming up. But would you really want to buy something like back here? It showed the 50-day moving average, repulsed it, threw it to lows. Would you really trust it right here after 5 days of green? Probably not. Do you short it here? You could probably make a good case for that. But we got earnings coming up quickly, so you'd have to be careful. But these are the types of setups that I try to, tell people you want to short. Rather than sitting back here and saying, oh yeah, as soon as it breaks this low, I'm going short, right? It's short-lived, so to speak. It doesn't go anywhere, and then it bounces the shorts out. This is where you want to be laying in wait as a short seller. Anything declining on a declining trend line like that bounces up after a good week of trading, it's probably going to run out of steam at the 50-day SMA. Matter of fact, I think I have a scan. We've got time. We have a question first. Sure. I've been checking out the software and it looks kind of intimidating. I get that. How long does it take to set up scanners and start entering trades? Well, I mean, that's up to you. We have, like myself, if you see something I like, you like that I have, I can share that with you. Anybody can share any scan or layout with you. If it comes to knowing what it is you want to trade, then configuring it is a bit more advanced, and we can help with showing you how to configure things. Hang on a second. I got Brian Shannon. That must mean SI. Yeah, that's exactly why he's texting me. All right. Brian. So it just depends on okay. Also, is it good for swing trading? It's good for swing trading, but swing trading requires more of market knowledge, and market knowledge just comes through experience. So my advice to you is to use our sim trader as much as you possibly can, and just start practicing. What if I did this? What if I did that? And you'll learn without losing money and costing you money in real time. And there's a tremendous advantage for doing so. Flatten all those. So I would recommend that for sure. But you can always open up any basic new layout, with a docked channel bar. But here's the problem, that every new trader does. And then they'll say, okay, explosive winners. I want to go to explosive winners. And this EBS is up. Okay, great. I'm going to buy this EBS because it's up. Well, you're missing everything that I just kind of talked about. It was up, but now it's breaking momentum. There's no reason to buy it here. This can be kind of a false hope layout because it's showing things that have moved. And the idea is to try and keep an eye on the things that have moved, but find them on maybe pullbacks or consolidations and not chase them and buy them at extended highs that are up, 190% on the day. So that's the first pitfall that most traders will do. They'll come to a page like this and they'll just start chasing all these names because they're up on the day. Oh, Syria, that looks great. It's on a brand new high, but honestly, that is not an entry point right there. This was your entry point down here. These, see how much distance is between the moving average and the current price? You're just asking for a reversion to the mean quickly if you buy stretched out prices. So as a new trader, I would just, say that's the first pitfall you want to avoid, is not chasing things that are really, really up. Start figuring out how to identify, pullbacks or use, moving averages or things like that. So that's another way you can do it. Brian Shannon, as I was just speaking of, he's got his Anchored VWAP channel. That's an add-on subscription, honestly, but we licensed it from him. But if you've read his book and you like his Anchored VWAP ideas, then these lines that we draw for you in real time give you the perspective. The purple lines. You zoom in on some of these. You can see that's an interesting one right there. All in itself. RMD. It popped up. The moving average isn't quite there, but boy, this Anchored VWAP sure is holding that consolidation and that price action. So there's a whole other way of looking and choosing for trade setups over here on this channel. I would just say if you have a second job, you don't want to be an active trader. You want to be more of a slow-paced trader and look at charts. Make sure you've got 10 minutes at the end of each day to sit aside and look at how the stocks that you're watching are closing. Maybe there's some stocks you don't want to hold into the next day and you see that they're closing weak. You get out at the end of the day and you don't risk that overnight weakness. I do a lot of the culling, the weeding of the garden, if you will, on that time of day. Checking back in here with the market. Oh, it's popped back up. So buyers popped back up and really trying to defend this little level here emphatically for the moment. We still got 6 minutes before this candle closes. If this candle closes in 6 minutes at the bottom in full red, then that could be the beginning of something weak. If it pops back up in green territory, well, then that might set the tone for maybe, a stronger afternoon. I don't know. I just have to react to what happens, not sit there and demand that I'm right and the market's wrong. That's the worst thing you can do. But yeah, I was going to look for a scan. Let me just see. I'll use the keyword 50. Like I think it's called bouncing up to the 50. Slam into the 50. That's the one. Let's do that. Load. Okay, this will be fun. So this is an old scan, and watch this blue line here, CMC. Look at that. It's popping up and slamming into the 50. So this is the way in which I was saying earlier, you want to short things. So there's only 2 trades on here today. You want to short things that have bounced up and hit the 50. There's not much going on there, but let me just see if we were to back test this and say timed exit tomorrow plus 1 day, day after tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow plus 2. These could be good swing trade shorts. So 2.5 days. Risk management, perfect 2.5% risk to try and make 7.5. Screw it. Let's try to make 8. Advanced last 28. Simulate sell. we'll just get an initial reading on selling every time these stocks bounce up to the 50. Horrible, horrible strategy that's telling us it's not working. Why is it not working? There's not a lot of trades. So let me just point out a fact that the back tester doesn't always need to be used to try and say, oh, I'm going to make this trade work. I just got to optimize it better. When it starts off that bad, you're probably just better off putting it back on the shelf and saying, I appreciate you, back tester, for showing me that it's not time to even think about that strategy. In other words, sometimes the best things are the things you never really chased or did and were saved yourself from. All right, I think I'm caught up. You're welcome. Any questions? There's my beat still hanging strong. Decent volume. All right, Gary, you'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Let's see. What else can we look at? Let's check in on my SRSs. And we're not doing a whole lot. S&P still. Yeah, that little wick. Trying hard to hold on to this 15-minute candle here, midday. So we still have buyers in this market, but we still have a few hours to go too. So this was the trade of the week that never triggered, thank God. ACVA was riding the 50. We had a nice wedge, but if it broke through that blue line on Monday, it would have been a trade. It never did. So no harm, no foul on that one. Again, sometimes the best things are things that never happened. All right, Debbie, looking for a reversal scan off the 10 SMA. Well, got one right here. This is off the 10 SMA daily, though. See that right there? Imprint on that chart. Pretty good, actually. Double N, NN. It's pulling back. Big downwash, but the downwash triggers right into the 10 SMA, which is rising, and gives us the entry. Let's back test this again just for fun. Start time maybe a little earlier. Let's see. This would be maybe a day and a half trade, so we'll call it the market open next day. Risk management, risk 2 to try and make 5. That's 30 days. Simulate buy. So not a good look there, but we have a lot of trades, and I think we can clean it up a little bit if we just maybe look at a couple things of optimization, time of day being one of them. Let's do 15-minute intervals. And we can see the big, horrible trades in the afternoon. So I don't like doing things too early in the day there. Really solid green here all the way into 8 o'clock to 9. That's actually from 7:30 to 9:30 my time. So you see what I'm doing there? I'm grabbing the heat map of the best trades in green and trying to avoid red. So it's a time of day is a really good optimizer. So what we do is we just simply run again from 7:30 to 9:30. Yeah. So 7:30 start time. Let those trades open and marinate, and stop scanning for these at 9:30 and let them go. Probably cut our trade count more than in half, and let's see how it does. Well, it's doing a little better. Um, let's try one thing. Let's take it away from a swing trade and make it a day trade instead. Like, let's see if it's good. Maybe 120 minutes after entry. Let's try that. And do our risk management a little different. 1.5 to try and make 4. So it's a day trade now for 2 hours. Is this going to give us better returns? Nope. What if we ran again and we did a full 64 days and we held the timed exit for the day after tomorrow plus 2 days and risk management 2% to make 4%. Let's see if that works. Let's do 5. So it worked back here, but it didn't really work that great there. So once again, it's hard to get this this scan to work, and I'm going to venture to guess that like I said earlier, the market's broken. It's not really the way it used to be. Well, this is interesting. Oh, so now it's just showing us the 8:30 to 9:30. Okay, so if we ran it again for just 1 hour, but again, I hate to try and shoehorn these things, but that's a pretty solid looking result. So if it's a 1 hour time window, we'd get more trades. We'd get a little better result. Average winner, 229. Average loser, 81 cents. Pretty big day that day. So I'll give it to you, Debbie. I'll give it to you in that version as it is. It should be the last one that I had. And I can just drop it in there for you. You can play with that. But again, going long in this market, I don't know. The data is telling us it's not really there. It's not working. Oh, yes, SMR. That's what I get for going live and not managing my trades. Okay. It's a paper cut. It's small size. Okay. You're welcome, Debbie. Market is just holding on by the skin of its teeth. It doesn't want to go up. It doesn't want to go down. It bounced off its lows, which, by the way, tagged yesterday. So the algorithms got their kiss. Let's see. Low 66 cents. Low here. Low here was 63. So yeah, that's what they do. They take it out by a couple cents and reverse. But that can be short-lived a lot of times. And we won't know if it's short-lived until we get to the end of the day. Here's that ENVX taking out highs on a horseshoe, just killing it with a strong short float. Big reversal in silver today after gapping down. But that's been so hard to play overnight. All right, SMR. Just, as long as it's still above all these moving averages, it's a small size anticipation play. And I don't really feel like going long. So I don't have a whole lot of longs. What I do have, as I showed you earlier, is the IYR short, which is going to need to find some resistance here at this 5-day moving average. And I've got some SQQs, which is the inverse NASDAQ. And as I showed you, NASDAQ is just painting itself in a corner here. It's just gone quiet on us the last 45 minutes. I manage trades manually, and I will sometimes I use fixed stops. If I'm leaving my desk and I can't set a price alert, I'll put a fixed stop in. But I'll tell you what, I never, ever, ever will have a fixed stop in on the open, because that is where they hunt the price action stops and they run the stops and they steal your shares. They being Citadel, and they have all the information they need because all the brokers send them all the good till canceled market stop loss orders. Their algorithm quantifies the best level to run the stops and knock the pins down and to steal their shares and reverse the price and close on highs. That's happened to me so many times to where I literally will refuse to put in a market stop order on the open. I'll wait for the first half hour. Then if I have to put one in, I'll put one in at the low of the day, especially if it's a drive down. You know, that drive down wick on the open is usually going to be the most volatile and vicious. So if it rolls back over and takes that low out during the day, then I want no part of that trade. But I just want to avoid that noise and that theft that happens in the first 20, 30 minutes. But if I'm at my desk, Mohammed, I'm just going to use a price alert. And the price alert will act as my attention getter. And then I'll watch the price and see how it behaves. Maybe it trades a couple of price ticks below and then pops right back up. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. And then if I need to sell it, I will. I heard Barry. Don't hide. I hear you.
I didn't do anything. Now, do you hear a little bit of music in the background?
Nope.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, no, just you.
I didn't do anything. It must be my breathing you heard, because I didn't do anything.
No, I heard the pop. I heard the
the pop. I forgot about the pop.
The audio change, the change in audio. I've got very sensitive headphones on, so I hear it.
Yes.
So it's nice to see ENVX ripping today, while it's also on my short squeeze tree map here.
On your short squeeze? Oh, on the short squeeze.
Yeah, right. I have my short squeeze scan. It's also an AI Holly trade, so it was a good one.
Oh, no kidding. Well, if you look at the AI today, I mean, today, I wish everybody could be like this.
Me too.
There's only one that's negative.
Don't we all?
But you know what, Steve? I know you got to go, but I really think you should ask the guys just not to have the default in the filter section to say only profitable trades. Okay. The reason, you know what I'm talking about, right? In the filter, the drop down, there's you. Okay. So because, for instance, you won't see PPC. The thing about PPC, though, is who knows? I mean, well, I can tell you exactly. I was telling the guys that this could turn into a long. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, look at PPC. We had an alert at 34.87.
Yeah, I discussed it.
But, you know, I mean, but you're not going to see that if you have that only profitable trade.
That's a good point. That's a fair point. And they should, maybe they should have both open in the default layout for the channel bar. But I was talking to the guys here earlier that this, in fact, was the signal candle if you're managing your own AI short to get out, just like I was telling you. And look, it turned into, what was this? I meant to ask you, what was the symbol that you did that on earlier? I forgot.
It was APPN. APPN.
It didn't go anywhere. It just sat there.
Well, it gave me a nice, I mean, I got in around 29.70 and it got up to 30. So, I mean, this is, for me, this is just a test. Okay. Because I'm testing this new high. I'm not going to go crazy on it, but for me, that was wonderful. I mean, I was just thinking, all right, you know, 30-cent move pretty quick and fairly painless. But but this other one, when you're talking to them, I mean, I know what they're trying to do, but you know what? The AI is a great watch list. And sometimes it sets up, even if, you know what, here's another one, EBS. If you look at EBS, the alert price was 324, but you know what, before it actually got rolling, it actually got back down to 3. So you could have said to yourself, well, okay, I like it, but you know what, I'm going to get a better fill now because it's down to 3 and now it's starting to move. So I really think get rid of that profitable thing, because the reason I even know about it is because people ask me, how come Because if I do show the AI, they say, "How come I don't have the same number of alerts as you?" And that's the reason.
Yeah.
So
Get it.
I know we might be fighting the brick wall or something, but
Probably, but I'll try.
yeah, I mean, it just makes perfect sense to me. Okay, Steve, I know you got to go, so thanks a lot for filling in, and we'll see
All
you
right.
next week.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys, so I'm back in both rooms. Back in both rooms. And let me see now. Let's get rid of my announcement and back in both rooms. Okay, so now ENVX, guys. So here is the critical level. Somebody asked, can it get through 9 earlier? I mean, it can do anything. Of course, we don't know. But ENVX, that's the big critical level right now for it. And why? Because if you look left on the weekly chart, look at that high on the weekly chart, 903. What is it at right now? 901. I still have some of this left. I don't have a lot. I do not have a lot, but I have enough left that, hey, I mean, if it takes out 903, the next high is 917. The fantasy area would be up around 10. Okay. I don't think so, Casa. I don't. You're talking about an auction. I don't think there was an auction. Let me just quickly look. I put this up here. I don't think there's an auction. No, no bond auction. So carp sandwich. We've been running these contests. 3-day contest. Whoever makes the most money wins. Okay, and it was a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate or card. And so I'm not sure when the next one is, but I think we've had 5. Oliver has won the last 2. So that's what they're talking about. Well, I'm just going by what I posted, Casa. Of course, I get this from a website, and I didn't see any bond auction at 1 o'clock or anything happening at 1. All right, guys. So I am now going to concentrate now on. I have to make some tweaks to it. So the gap up and reverse. So this is what it's looking at. RSI, for instance, a gap up, and then a little bit of a reverse. Okay. And the reason I have to tweak it a bit. Well, let me see if I can explain it better. So this is the gap. This is the gap down and reverse. Now these alerts would have happened earlier though. Okay, and there's the APN again. I may, yeah. I'm going to see if I did trade this one. Okay, and man, I mean it. I didn't take full advantage of it because I'm just testing this. But wow, I mean it went from 29.70, and before it pulled back up to 30.24, which isn't bad. Okay. I'm not saying they're all going to be like that. Here's the H. Wow. I'm a little late because I do actually like this idea of watching it break that 10 SMA. Okay. On the 15-minute chart. You guys who are in our YouTube room, you heard him talking about this all the time. And so HRTG, I would have had an alert right here, like right there, not because it was the break, but because it was a new 5-minute high. And coincidentally, it broke the and closed above that 10 SMA. So you could have taken the trade right around here at 720 and now see what's going to happen. So hopefully I've got a little music player in the background. Hopefully it's not too obtrusive, just to keep me from getting too bored. So I was looking at the Pardo, the PRDO, and I was looking at maybe shorting this one because it showed up on a 5-minute breakdown on the way down. But where the heck is it? There it is, PRDO. Because it showed up on a little 10-minute break, 5-minute breakdown here, okay? And now jury's out, but you see that 10 SMA. Probably would have to wait for that to be broken. Boy, this ENVX guys is something else. So now looking left, 917. So we're at 918. So now the next challenge. I mean, guys, 982 is the next challenge. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on the weekly chart. Assuming it can hold over this 917, which is, right at it. Yeah, so this is sort of an IPO, yeah, the CCIX, which for your Roman people would be what, 209? So, but you can tell it's a SPAC because it ends in U and it's trading right at 10. So I don't care about them. Yeah, HRTG had yeah. I mean, I wish I'd seen this a little earlier. So Pardo, I mean, it didn't. I'm actually more into the bounces than the trying to short a top. I have to admit. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, Pepe? Sirius XM. I mean, I've got it on my other. I'm just sort of playing very, very lightly on my laptop now, hoping it's not too obtrusive. But yeah, I turned that off, and it's like a miracle. Yeah. Aha. Okay. Let me. Maybe that's. Are you kidding me? But some days it doesn't matter. Some days it just doesn't matter. But huh. Aha. When over to the search page and stay there, the CPI. Okay. Let me. Very cool. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, so Muhammad in our YouTube room asked me for the updated, but okay, I actually wanted to make some changes, but here they are. Okay, they're not in a doc, but I do have them. So I did save them to my cloud. So let's see. File load from cloud, gap up and reverse. So I'm share. But understand, I would like to personally make some modifications because I know I don't want to get so many. And then this, the gap down in reverse, share. Oh, did I share it? Sorry. Yeah, I shared it. Okay. So what I would do then is you can take, if you've got the continuation or reverse, right click, strategies, and uncheck them. The gap down in reverse and gap up, uncheck them. Okay. And you can just use the 5 minute, because remember now, the reason I'm doing all this, for those who may be just showing up a little bit later, if I wanted to see, see if I can find something makes sense. Yeah, so I mean, if I wanted to see this SDGR, okay, in a gap down and reverse, it would have to take out the high up here, because that's the, sorry, right here. No, right here. The high of the day is right here. So I would not see that until it finally hit that based on the current scan, okay? So what I've done is I've said, okay, how about getting an alert with all these filters are still in place, but a new 5 minute high instead of a daily high, like an intraday high. And so obviously it's going to pick it up earlier. However, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue, so I don't want to get inundated with alerts and clicking on these and then have them just fizzle. But, we won't know that. Okay, the cloud link. So I don't have a cloud link for the layout, MG. I'm sorry. I did see you asked that question while I was on my break. So what I do is this. Sorry, guys. Andy is such a funny guy at Trade Ideas. He loves China stocks, and he's telling me to keep an eye on them. So let me get let me get to my homepage. But Pepe, wouldn't that be insane if that was the reason? I don't trade Apple. Well, I don't trade Apple. Lend you more, okay? Not or Amazon. I don't trade their very high price ones. Okay. And that's just a personal choice. Okay, it doesn't mean they're bad to trade or anything like that. I much prefer cheaper stocks that can maybe give bigger moves, percentage moves. That's just, so you're asking me, would I be in Apple, Walmart, and Amazon right now? No. And again, that is just really, hear no background. Well, let me jack it up just a little bit. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. So, Mr. G, this is for you and anybody else, okay, who wants my my scan. Well, not my scan so much, but I'll show you how you can get what you want. It's sort of a la carte. You pick and choose, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, you will see this. Okay, the code is changed now. Good. Scroll down until you see the scan section. So this is what I'm sharing, okay? These are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, what you see is this. This is the relative strength leaders right here. Okay, relative strength leaders is right here. This is the Halts Resumes right over here, but I am sharing other scans that I do have on my other monitors. And that's why I'm saying, I don't want to create one giant layout with every single scan on it because, first of all, I don't have every scan open. Okay. It'd be way overkill. So that's why I kind of say, okay, it's kind of pick and choose. Maybe if our breakouts your style, breakdowns your style, upside movers versus downside movers. I mean, there are all sorts of different scans that I've created over the years, and I've put them in here. The combo scan I would look at, though. I would absolutely look at this combo scan. Okay, especially over the next 2 to 3 weeks when we're really, really into earnings season. Ah, it was wild in Arizona. I know we're way off topic with the bees. You see that with the bees? The game had to be halted for 2 hours, or not halted. It couldn't start. Scary. So, one of the reasons I don't share, I mean, these are my time frames, MG. Okay, you may not want a 15 daily and a weekly chart. Okay, so it's kind of up to you to figure out, well, what is the time frame you like? Because a lot of people question not my sanity, maybe. Well, maybe they do that too, but like you're an intraday trader. Why do you have a 15-minute chart? Why don't you have a 1 minute chart or a 2 minute chart or at least a 5 minute chart? And the reason is because over my lifetime of trading, I started out way back when with a 2 minute chart exclusively. That's all. I only had a 2 minute chart. I had no other time frames. And then I went to a 5 minute chart for many years. And then, I don't know, years ago, I decided that the 15-minute chart was more my comfort level with a daily and a weekly. And that's just personal, of course. That is certainly not trying to say that's what anybody else who's listening to me should do. What a short that Carvana. I know we joked at the beginning, where's Isaiah? Don't short Carvana, a trading plan. Look at this. Look at this though. Whoa, this could be interesting, guys. It's fresh, FRSH. Okay, this is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. You can see how. I mean, maybe it won't be that interesting. It really didn't have a. It had a huge gap down after hours. That was the huge gap after hours. Really hasn't done much. The only thing I can see though is that it is making this little 5 minute high, but it's also over that 10 SMA that Steve loves. So, maybe a break of, I don't know, 1470 might get it going on a bit of a comeback, might get it going. Well, guys, I guess China is still hot. Look at XPAV. It had a little bit of a pullback at the beginning of the day, but look at XPAV. My guess is that LI and NEO. But instead of guessing, let's take a look at KWeb. And look at KWeb. So this is the China ETF. All right. So, I mean, if you're going to play the China stocks, I highly recommend you have KWeb. And, as long as KWeb is doing this, most of the China stocks will be doing this. Take a look at Billy. Yeah. I mean, they're all going to be probably looking like this. So, all right, now I'm going to take a look at the PRDO. Maybe now it is, look at that 10 SMA rising up to it. Okay, so far it's holding it, but if it breaks down through it, I'm probably going to take a short in this PRDO. Now, the only issue, of course, is the market. Now, the market is still pretty strong. I mean, it was, at the beginning of the day, I mean, this looked pretty bleak. 45 minutes straight down, huge bottoming tail there. Remember, that was a giant red candle until the buyer stepped in and closed it here. And then, kind of chopped for 30 minutes. Little move, a little bit down. But now looks like the buyers are trying to maintain a bit of control. Really, really defending that 500. So my point is this, is that if I'm going to play, something that might start to drop, I'd like to see the market maybe helping a bit. And conversely, a bounce play should work. The bounce play should probably work a little bit better just because the market's doing this. You know what? I said I might get back into the APPN. And unfortunately, I'm late. Maybe I'm not late, though. If this takes out this 3024, I'm going to stick an alert around 3028. Price alert around 3028. Why would I do that? Well, you look at this 15-minute pattern right there. You can kind of see if it can break through that. And the market is probably going to help it a bit if it does. Then look at the room it's got. The next high on a 15-minute chart is $32. I mean, that's really, that is something I'm definitely interested in. And it's an earnings play, and of course, it's still down 18%. All right, Pepe, I'm going to do. I know you're going to say don't do it. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care. Look, it works, no problem. Guys, ENVX just actually, believe it or not, hit the abnormal option activity scanner, the Pepe scanner, the combo scanner. Believe it or not. Now, you might say, well, why now? Well, you know what? The relative volume finally got to 8, even though this was really super active. The relative volume was not high enough. Okay. Because the relative volume in this scan right here has to be at least 8. And you can see it just got to 8.23 right here. So you might say, well, why do you have it so high? Why don't you drop it? Go ahead. You will get more alerts, but you may not get more quality alerts. And of course, as I said earlier, this has room. So that is, wow, that's actually the next high looking left, not just on the weekly chart, but that red line is telling me that is the next high looking left on the daily chart also, 971. So this still has room if it wants to keep running. Okay. And you're wondering, well, how do you get that red line? Unfortunately, the only way to get it is by clicking on an alert if it comes from a multi-strategy window. If you click on an alert from like an alert window, you don't get that red line, which tells you where the next high in the daily chart is, even if you're looking at a weekly chart. But if I scroll back on this daily chart, don't want to, it's back in this week in March. But if I did scroll back far enough, I would see that daily high. Well, it's right there. Didn't have to scroll that far back, actually. It's right there. You can see it. Guys, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm really interested in maybe adding now. I still have some of the ENVX left, but I want to see if this, the alert was at 925 in the combo scanner, and it's sitting right there. And there it is, right there too, front and center. Chris, you're in APPN, okay? Here's another one, guys, that's trying to come back, okay? And you can see that's a 10 SMA right down there. It's too far away. If I'm going to kind of follow this a little bit, okay, guys, so that might be because of the chart. Might be because of the chart. I'm going to hold off though for a bit. Again, these HTML charts, they seem to be a hog here. Let's see if, okay, guys, here's the FRSH. I think it's going to quiet down in a second. Just get rid of this. Maybe, Carp, maybe, or maybe not. But that is, that is really hammering the point home that these HTML charts, they do take resources for. Okay, ENVX. Come on, baby. Let's see if you can go. I don't know if I'm going to add to it. I just. Good. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to show the APPN. So, yeah, I mean, you can see how now. I mean, there might be a lot more to this than meets the eye, guys. I mean, Steve loves this 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart. So you see how this was, of course, moving down, and then it broke through it. Now what it's doing, it's sort of looking like support. So if you were in this trade, you could keep what Steve does anyway, depending where he got in, of course, but he would not get out of the trade unless it broke the that for me, you see, would be too far because that's around 29.83. But right now, I mean, this is turning into just an awesome little that I'm not in anymore. But I was happy to point it out. And you see, you guys were talking about stops and all that, the importance of stops, et cetera, et cetera. So you may, if you were here early enough, you know that I took this APVO trade, okay, and I got stopped out, just a minor little. Well, I didn't even wait for my official stop. I didn't like the way it was trading, so I got out before. But what if I got really stubborn? And because I looked at this, I said, man, oh man, look at the room it's got. I mean, 310 is the next high looking left, and I think and it had this little run after hours, had a little bit of a run in the pre-market, and it looked to me like it. Okay, I got in. I think it was 126, something like that, and it looked good. I mean, it had a little bit of a profit in it, but I was really, really hoping that it might start to fill in this void, but it didn't do it. Okay, but what if I just said to myself, it's going to come back? I'd be down a lot now. Okay, I mean, from 126 to 110. Because my stops are usually pretty tight. So consequently, I'm taking more shares. Well, it's not, I'm taking more shares because, multiplying the number of shares times the stop gives me what I'm willing to risk on the trade, dollar wise. So this would have been a far, far bigger loss if I just said, it'll come back. It's the most important thing I ever learned in trading is putting a stop and obeying it. Oh man, no kidding. I did not take it. I did not take it. Okay, but no kidding. John, I'm going to try to pronounce your name. Sturdivant in our YouTube room. I mentioned this one on the 13, I think the 70 break or something. And look at it now. And understanding people listening to me, I obviously I just try to point things out, point potential trades out if it makes sense to you as your trading style. But of course, I cannot take every trade. But yeah, it breaks the high of the day is right there, isn't it? 1404. So this is really that's a really nice one. Yeah, that's about a 20-cent move on a $14 stock, and fairly quickly. And another China stock, guys. So China, most of the China stocks that we see are going to look like this. Here's the BEKE. XPAV continues to move higher. I know I haven't seen NIO on this list. Yeah, NIO is a mess. Really, NIO's a mess. So if you're going to trade a China EV play, NIO is messy, but XPAV and I think LI, yeah, XPAV is the one right now anyway. It's been kind of straight up. I'm really waiting on this ENVX, guys. See if it can get into the 30s and really run from there. But meanwhile, I'm going to see if we can get some more reversal plays. CTMX, no. Now, understand, on this scan, we would have seen NTGR down here. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that it would have done this. I mean, it would have been fabulous if it did, but we would have seen it here because obviously, or even here, that would have been a new 5-minute high earlier. So this is an interesting one. There is the 1096. This is to me now, this is a very interesting one. The WWW, okay, as a potential short. It did show up right here, okay, 5-minute low right there, but it's also below it's below that 10 SMA. So I'm going to do it. Again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing, but now let me make sure there's not some kind of 1032. That's the low this week. The low yesterday was at 1032, so there's plenty of room. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this works. I'm in at 87, I think. Yeah, 87, yeah, WWW on a short. And of course, if it gets anywhere close to 11, I'm out. But then again, I'm not going big size. This is just a real experiment for me here. Now, the relative volume is 3. Okay, see, this is what I may have to start doing, though. I may have to up the relative volume to make sure things are still pretty dynamic. Oh, look at the, yeah, man. Now look at the Pardo. This would have been a nice one. Breaking down now through that to the 10 SMA guys. Well, the previous volume bar wasn't too bad, John. Okay. I mean, nothing's probably going to beat that one, the 11 o'clock one, but the previous one wasn't too bad. And this one is still has 8 minutes. I've seen this one quite a bit, guys. This Sensei. So SENC, SNSE. Okay, let's see if there's anything sneaking in here that I really haven't. OPI. Haven't seen this one really. Take a look at what sort of pattern it is. OPI. So right now it is pulling back and it's through that 10 SMA. Okay, so I see a Carvana finally from moving down from 122 all the way down to 111 or so is now finally putting a little pop in. Now there's that 10 SMA, that orange line on the 15-minute chart. Will this act as resistance? And will it act as resistance, stop, and then continue moving down? Or will it close above it and maybe make a run at towards the end of the day? And of course, nobody really knows. You just have to let it happen and see. Like, it'd be interesting if this does close above that line. Any more moment, guys? Stuff on mute. Okay, so I'm just kind of waiting on the Wolverine to see if it has a bit of a rundown, and on the ENVX to see if I can get it into the 30s. So Pepe, I know Sirius must have had an impact on Chrome then, because that was what every time I went to the to see what was going on. It was always Chrome that was going crazy. Okay. Okay, guys, here we go. Here we go. A little bit more now for the ENVX. And again, the high over here is 982. Give me a moment. Oh yeah, man, that's insane. Because when I would look at this before, even though it says very high, I don't know why. Maybe it's in compared. This was like at 38, 40% when it was going crazy. Hmm. Well, I don't actually mind having it in the background on my laptop. It's not really that big a deal. But I could, yes. Yeah, I mean, this is another. I mean, when I did my video, I mean, look at the AI today, guys. Now this is skewed a little bit. ENVX, actually, it's the EBS. It's only up 8%, but remember, at one point, this was up at $5. So that percent was can't even remember what it was, 30 or 40%. Okay, but there's only one. And if you heard me talking to Steve, I want to lobby the guys. The guys. I mean, they seem to think that if you should only be looking at the so-called profitable trades. Okay, I understand the mindset, but look, the minute you do this, and I know I said, what happens though with PPPC? Maybe this turns into a long. Look what happened. Okay, so the AI is not infallible, and this was a really really important level for it to try to break out the 35. Remember, this was a short at 34.87. Obviously, it did not work, but I would have flipped the script on this easily. And so if you have this on profitable, you don't see this. You don't see that PPC. I say use it like a watch list. Well, my thing, Jay, is I don't want to have you guys hearing the music and being obtrusive. That's all. I mean, I know I could run Sirius off virtually anything, but I just don't want to have it too obtrusive. That's all. Running it on my desktop as I had it. I mean, it was just piped in. I would hear it, of course. But anyway, it seems like that seems like some kind of a crazy fix. So what's the spy doing now? No, 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 no. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I know you're trying to be helpful. It's just I know I can run it on many different devices. It's just that I don't want it to be too loud. But if you guys can't really hear it, that's great because I can hear it fine. Okay, Chris Kim, I am new here. How can I use AI trading? What do I need to buy? You have to have our premium service, Chris. Okay. Number one, you have to have our premium service. Well, first of all, are you a subscriber to at all to Trade Ideas? Chris? Are you a subscriber? Chris, can you hear me? Okay, so you bought, so you're in, so you would have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Okay, you brought the swing trading things. Okay, but you'd have to be a subscriber to our premium service. Okay, now it's it's relatively expensive. I mean, but you can try it out. You can try it for a month if you wanted, and if if you're making money using the AI or anything else, then obviously it's going to pay for itself. But this is let me just go to my homepage. So yeah, so here's my homepage, okay? And here's a promo code you can use, okay? 15% off. If you click on the Get Trade Ideas, this is a toggle monthly annual. I would toggle over to monthly, okay? And then you would need, boy, this is, here we go. Wow, it's expensive now. I know we had a price increase last month. So it'll be 254 minus the 15%, okay? For the first month only. If you liked it and it made sense to you, then then you'd be paying 254 going forward. And if you had cash sitting around, you could buy an annual, and that would obviously drive your per month cost down. But you wouldn't do that unless you know you want it. Okay, so it would be 254 minus 15% for the first month only. Then you can have access to it. And listen, I'm not saying every day it's going to be like this. This is an awesome day. Question, okay, KA in our YouTube room. Is there a way to trigger an alert when a new ticker hits the scan? Well, oh, you mean a brand new one that hasn't hit before? So for instance here, SNCE, SNSE hit at 139 and 138, and you're looking for, well, you can put sound alerts on any alert window. So if you have an alert window, you just right click, go to properties and actions. Okay, and then you'll get this little pop-up and you click on play sound. Now this is in our user guide. Okay, I'm going to refer you to the user guide because you may forget all this, but you click on the play sound, you set up the sound. You can have one as text to speech. Okay, actually I notice now we've got a female and a male voice, but if you want to have the symbol read out, you can do it on two different ones. I guess I now I know we have a female voice and a male voice, and then after that, because you don't want to do, if you had say 5 alert windows open, you don't want to have them all text to speech because you won't, when you hear the symbol being read out. Oh, cool! I did not know that. I did not know that. So when you click on verbose, oh, that's interesting. So that means you could, in theory, I'm going to try that. In theory, then you could have text to speech in every single window if you wanted to, as long as you know where to look when the along with the name of the alert window. I'm going to try that. At any rate, though, here we have a lot of other custom sounds, okay? And if you click on select sound, these are 3 folders that we put in. Mad Money, voice number 1. So if you click on them, these are all different sound alerts. Okay. That's what I do, even if I don't think I would use the verbose, just because I really like to hear a distinctive sound. Okay. And I know when I hear a sound, I know which window to look at. But it'll be up to you. I'm going to try that, though, just for fun. So I am going to. Okay, so I've got that on this window here now. And let's see if it how it actually works. So it's going to say SNCE Momo less than 500 contracts. Okay. And I guess that's why it's called verbose. I'm not sure I would want to have it on a scan that is, pretty active, because what'll happen is it'll take a while and then another one and another one. You'll keep hearing it over and over and over again. I might use that on a scan that is not very active, maybe like my abnormal, this one, which is only going to give maybe, well, now because we're in earnings season, maybe 10 or 15 alerts over the course of the day. And of course, I'm not getting anything yet. I'm afraid to look at fresh. I am actually afraid to look at fresh. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? If some took it because of what I was talking about, great. The fact that I kind of lost sight of it, that's fine. John, are you still in it? You said, I think you told me you took that one, right? Or did you get out? Okay, so Jeremy, okay. All my scans they're. If you have a scan, even if it, like, watch, if I do this and I minimize it, it's still running. Okay, so it's not like it's in the background. If you're talking about, just give me a moment as I find it again. What was it called? The docked. There we are. The reason I don't have all my scans displayed on the one monitor is because it would be overwhelming for people. Okay. So what I try to do is, especially if people are new to trading, and you're looking for the active stocks, this right here is going to show you the active stocks all day long. Okay. If I had all the scans that I have, and it may seem like a lot, but I'm not getting many alerts in each one of these. Okay. If I had them all displayed, it'd be way too much. Well, I have nothing minimized. Every scan that I want is up and running like I can see it. I have 3 monitors. Okay. I don't, the only one I minimize, and it's for a very specific reason, and it's not really a scan, is my price alerts window. Okay. And the reason I do that, I have room for this, okay? Sorry, guys. Okay, well, I just got my two alerts from her, reading out the symbol. I wonder how come I didn't know that. So anyway, the only one I minimize, and I do it on purpose because when I get a sound alert, when I get an alert, sorry, remember these are price alerts, right? So if I put a price alert here, and I minimize this window. Let's see if, well, I'll put another price alert just underneath. Okay, it's just sort of touching that price alert. Okay, you see what happened? So I minimize it because that's what I want to happen. I want it to pop up on my screen. That's the only one I minimize, but I do that because I want to see it pop up so I cannot miss it. So again, the bottom line is even if you minimize, unless Pepe, unless Pepe tells me I'm wrong, even if you minimize something, the fact you can't see it doesn't mean it's still not working. Well, of course it does. So don't think because you've minimized it that. Well, okay, now you have a different question now. Okay, so I am talking to Jeremy in our main room. Your question now is because you know screen space is an issue that I can't help you with. You know, I mean I don't know what you know. It depends on like what is your go-to. I mean, if I only had one monitor, okay, I'd have this. I would have this is me, right? I would have this. Okay, not even this. I would have this. And I would probably have my 10-day daily breakdown. I like to break down. So I would only have 3 scans on here if I only had one monitor. And then, you know, try to fit. I mean, I'm putting giant charts up here because I can, you know, because I also want, you know, the display to be pretty good for most people. So that really is up to you. What you would consider is your go-to scan? I certainly can't tell you what your go-to scan is. I don't, you know, you have to have your a trading style. I don't know what your trading style is. What do you really like to see? Do you want to see the stocks that are really moving? Well, this is it right here, front and center all day long. Give me a moment. So the question, okay, I'll answer. Jeremy, just give me one moment. James Decker. No, it does not work on a Mac unless you're willing to put an emulation program like software like Parallels or something like that. It is not. It's a PC based program. Okay. You can use. We do have a web based version that you can use. It's not quite as robust. Okay, as the downloadable application. Well, the 10-day window, it's these are 10-day breakouts. So, you know, if I look at EVNX, which of course showed up. So you look at ENVX way up here. Well, if you look at the past 10 days, obviously it's above the last 10 days. The high, whatever the high was of the last 10 days, it's way above that. So that's what a 10-day daily breakout is. And then the 10-day daily breakdown is just the reverse, a stock that is way down below the last 10 days. Doesn't have to be way down below, it just has to be below. But a lot of times, you know, they're going to be fairly substantially below. Okay. And there are other filters in place. I mean, but that's one of the filters in place. And we get a lot of them during earnings season. Yeah, Michael Storm in our YouTube room talking about. Oh yeah, you can borrow. Yeah, I mean that's why I have them there. Okay, I mean all the scans I've got, they're all you know, everything that you see on my home page. Of course, I'm sharing. It is weird. I have to admit, I've got this having her read out the. I did not know that. Having her read out the name of the scan. I did not know, or him. Yeah, you'd only want it on something that's not that active. It's not in the guide yet. Seriously? Okay, I'm going to. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, so far my Wolverine WWW is just putting me to sleep. It's just a little bit above where I shorted it at 1087. I'm going to hold on to it just in case it has a bit of a drop. If the market, I think it's more now, you know, I'd like to see the mark. Well, I don't want to see the market drop, but, you know, for me, for that short to work, it may mean it may have to have a little bit of market help. Now, Pepe, I actually passed that on to the guys. They didn't realize it. And Chris said no idea that he just knew that it messed up most people's sound for some reason. So I don't know. Don't know why or how or. Man, oh man, this BEKE China stock is just unstoppable right now. Chris sees all. Yeah, I mean, Chris, of course, will have to troubleshoot all this, and he's the one who he just passed that on to me. So but I'll put it here. I will put it here. I'll use a male voice. Whoops. Sure, it saved that. Para. Okay, let's take a look at Para. Last time I saw it was in the 12s. Ah, look at this. Yeah, so this. Ah, here we go. So rival, right? Again, Sony and Apollo. So instead of Skydance, or a rival offer. I mean, these were the guys I thought originally involved. Oh, I'm not saying I don't want to get into it. I'm just like to see what the news is. That's all. Okay, come on, ENVX. Come on. It's been just teasing around that alert price from the combo scanner. Well, I can do it, David. Pepe can do it. If you're talking about how you can have more symbols in a top list window, like upping the count, is that what you're talking about? Okay, so this is a top list window. Okay, I have to do my job. This is a top list window. So if you right click on any top list window, okay, any top list window, if you right click and then go to time frame, see where it says time frame, hover over, this box will pop up and then set record count. And that's going to allow you to set the record count, how many you want. Okay. Now, don't go crazy. You can have 1,000, but I would never put 1,000. And it all depends on how many top list windows you have open. Now, I only have 20 here because I only want to see, even down to 20, I can barely see this one. Well, I can see it, but you know what I mean? I don't want to have like 100. Otherwise, the ones way at the bottom here, I wouldn't even be able to see them. But, I would say, I mean, most people don't need more than 50, certainly 100. And the reason being is you have a lot of top list windows open, and if you actually put the 1,000, which is the max, your system will really slow down because it's got to run through 1,000 every, well, 30 seconds. Okay. Okay. So you can update it to what? But I mean, nobody really needs 100, more than 100, in my opinion. I mean, 100 is a lot. Oh, a lot less. Okay, that's what you do then. So yeah, right click on it, time frame, set record count, and then you can just type in whatever you want, and then say okay. And don't forget to save your work. Okay, this is for anybody. You make a change like that, even though you might think, well, it's a little obscure of a change. You always have to save your work. At the very least, file, exit, and it's going to ask you, well, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? And if you say yes, then it'll save everything you've done. And then when you load trade ideas, your last layout will load. Boy, oh boy. Just, yeah, relentless. Somebody said XPAV was relentless, or I think that's, look at this, BEKE, just relentlessly up. And XPAV. Wow. I have to admit, I did not. Well, obviously, if I thought it was going to do this, I'd be in it. But the fresh, when I saw this, remember what I said? I said the big gap down had already taken place, and to me, it just didn't seem like it could be possibly dynamic enough to have this sort of a recovery. I just amazing to me, especially with that float, 193 million in the float, and my goodness, I mean that is just a phenomenal run. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Pepe's right. The AI is proprietary. So it's not like a scan that is a normal scan. You cannot people ask, well, can I recreate the AI in a scan? No. Well, I mean, if you knew what the filters were, you could, but we're not going to tell you. All right, guys, it's 2:17, so I think I will go over my homepage one last time as I'm waiting and waiting on this ENVX to see if it gets back into the 30s and runs a little bit. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's the promo code. It has now been updated. So 15% off, guys. 15% off. First month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is this, is that you use the promo code. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is when people use my promo code, the room gets credit for the sale. And so the company then doesn't mind keeping the room free. Okay, so at any point in time in the future, you take out a subscription, please use the promo code. Trading 101, the getting started, 10 short videos. You must do that if you take out a subscription. Trading 101, this is for people who are new to trading. It's a series of videos that I think will really help you. And it's all free, about 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. It did not trigger this week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And when I say did not trigger, in the email that you get, you will see that there is an entry, a suggested entry price. Unless if it doesn't hit that price, then it's a non-event and it never hit the price. So it's not a bad one. It's a non-event. Education section is here. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here they are. Here's the combo scan that I talk a lot about. This is what it right down here. The breakouts and downs are here. You can pick what you want. Either you can have, you won't see it like this, okay? I've broken them into the 4 scans. Not everybody wants to look at shorts. Not everybody wants the don't repeat. So it's up to you, okay? And here is the relative strength leaders right here. Halts resumes over here. So the combo scan combines, there are 4 scans here, the breakout, the breakdown, and then this is a multi-strategy window that has option activity on the way up, abnormal option activity on the way up, abnormal option activity on the way down. So there are actually 4 scans, okay? So what the combo scan does, it finds if something in the normal option activity, it checks to see whether it's also in the breakout or the breakdown. If it is, it shows up here. So it basically saves you the time and effort to scour, going through. Now, we are a lot more active than we normally are, okay? Again, I keep harping on this. We're in earnings season, 1,000 companies this week, 1,200 next week. So there are a lot of these are all earnings plays. Okay, so it was a challenge to see. Okay, if I look at TIGR, is it here, somewhere here? Is it somewhere here? If it were, then it's going to show up in the combo. And what that means then, these are really to pay attention to, because it takes a lot to make it in here, because there are tough filters in here and there are tough filters in here. So combining all these scans that have tough filters to sort of create one big scan, you're not going to get many. And guys, the ENVX, maybe now. Okay, so that's the combo scan. Okay, now it says Pepe there because Pepe helped he didn't help, he created it. Okay, I sort of thought out loud, it'd be nice to be able to know which were the common ones in all these scans, and he took it upon himself to create this, and did that last November, I think. Okay, so that's what the combo scan is. So those are really trading abnormally. So you look at so ENVX. Now it's not trading insanely abnormally relative volume wise. Okay, a lot of the ones that we see are, I mean, it's 8, and it's a minimum of 8 that it has to be in here. Number one. Okay, look at their option volume though. So it's not the option volume. I could tell you if I said to you, "Wow, it's traded 129,000 contracts a day." Somebody said that to me. I go, "Okay, fine. Is that abnormal?" I mean, maybe it trades 129 every day. Maybe it trades normally 200 every day, 200,000 every day. So is that abnormal? Well, that's where this filter comes in. Option volume today, 631% or 6.3 times normal. So it's got volume is abnormal and the option volume is abnormal. Coupled, you take those two, that means this stock is really trading abnormally. Hence, this is why we're seeing it. Again, because our number one goal, at least my number one goal as somebody who's intraday trading, is just to find the ones that are trading abnormally. So if you have a single stock window open, Brian, okay, and that's my single stock window. Remember, all these are filters, okay? This is just what I like to see. So you can see right there, option volume today, 129,000. And that on a percent, like 632 times normal. If you wanted to, though, you can have them as columns. There's the option volume right there, 4,800, and that is 188% of normal. Okay. So you can have them as columns. I don't, well, I do in this case because this is abnormal option activity. Okay. And so it makes sense to have in this particular scan to have that. But for instance, in these scans, I don't have that option volume. But when I click on an alert, like I can just I'm always, when I click on an alert, I'm always first looking at this single stock window. It gives me a lot of information, okay, that I want to see at a glance. How do you link the two scans together? I'd have to check the filters. You can, if you have the scan, you can just check. I haven't checked the filter. I mean, it's just combining all the filters. Okay, just combining all the filters that are in here, all the ones that are in here. So obviously, in the normal option activity, for instance, there's not a 10-day daily breakout. Okay, it doesn't care about that. And also, though, in the 10-day daily breakout, the relative volume has to be at least 8, as an example. Okay, so it takes these filters and it adds to these filters and creates the super scan. That's all. Well, you can break them. I just have them because I like them, but you can break them apart, of course. In my homepage, they're broken. They're broken out. All four of these are broken out. This is broken out. They're not in a doc on my homepage. The reason I do that, again, because not everybody wants to short. So, these are short opportunities. Not everybody wants to see the don't repeat. So I break them out, and you can do what you want with them. So again, on my homepage is what I mean. So see, they're broken out. 10-day daily breakout. Don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. 10-day daily 10-day daily breakdown. Don't repeat. Abnormal option activity on its own. Combo right here. Okay, so they're all on their own. Well, if you're talking multi-strategy, okay, I mean there are two in here. Yeah, moving higher with unusually strong options, plus 10-day daily breakout, moving lower, plus 10-day daily breakdown. I could break them out. I don't have to have them. It's just that I like to group similar strategies. These are competing strategies sometimes into a multi-strategy window. That's all. But I could have them free floating on their own if I wanted to. Boy, what a reversal in this one too, guys. And now a lot of it is market related. Okay, a lot. Even though I mean this is an earnings play. A lot of times the earning plays, I mean, they don't care that much about what the market's doing within reason. But you can kind of see that here's Wolf got hammered down on earnings, and is is it still negative? It's still negative. It's still down 10%, but it's had a rally, and it almost looks like the SPY, doesn't it? So I almost guarantee we would have seen this one right here tomorrow when I start watching these earlier. So I'm not a back tester at all, Jeremy. The only thing you can do is check in the optimization, maybe check the time of day, check the price range. You might find a price range that's a lot better. You might find a time of day that seems to be a lot better, and start to because when you look at the results, you're going to see, all the times and the price range. Those are the two obvious ones, and you might be able to, whittle it down that way. But I don't backtest at all, so. But that's what I would do. I would start to try to find, or start off at the very beginning with harder filters of the alert that you're at the scan that you are backtesting. Okay, because that you're right, 2,000 trades is way too much. So, for instance, maybe up the relative volume, maybe up the minimum volume, things like that, and then run the backtester. I mean that obviously will reduce some, but then also look at the time of day or The time periods. Is there a time period that seemed to be better or a period to absolutely stay away from? Is there a price range that seems to be that seems to work better? No, nobody's going to help you on a specific back test, Jeremy. Okay, the guide is there. Back testing is something that it's painstakingly difficult. Not difficult. It just takes a lot of time. Okay, nobody's going to say, okay, on that scan that you want, this is going to make it better. Watch. I will back test this. Just this is what we're talking about. I mean, this is probably going to look terrible. I don't care. I just want to see the alerts, right? But this is what back testing is all about. Okay. So horrible, right from the beginning, right? Horrible. Now, could I make it better somehow? Well, let's take a look. Is there a price range? I mean, this is not a good example at all, obviously, but there could have been a price range, maybe, or a price range to stay away from, or maybe a time of day. Maybe there's a better time of day to do this, and that is about the extent of the optimization that I would look at. There's a ton of other things, all these filters. I mean, but now you're getting into. I don't know how much time you have on your hands, but what the time, what the back, just as a just to tell people what the back tester is you take an alert window and you run a back test on it. You can go back 3 months, 63 trading days, and basically it'll take every occurrence. Now, not the duplicates, okay? It only take the one time of the day, okay, that you had an alert, say for a stock, and it'll say, okay, if I took every single occurrence that happened in this window over the last 63 days, what would have happened? Well, I can tell you, awful. Okay. So you might say, well, why do I have this? Because I want to see the alerts. Okay. I want to see them. I can click on them and see what I, see, do I like it? Do I not like it? I make up my mind. I don't back test at all. If I back test it, I'll bet you if I back tested this one, it would look terrible. But, I want to see the alerts. Well, then, okay, if you had a profit factor of 2.3, which is, obviously pretty good, did you go to the time of day and go to the price? Those two at least, and just sort of see, is there sort of a better time to do this? And is there a better price range to maybe take a look at? Okay. Raj, now you were here yesterday. Ah, cool. Was that the hotspot? Were you the hotspot person? See if I get my memory's good. No, you weren't the hotspot. Somebody had a problem with the hotspot. That was Cody. I think that was Cody. So that's right. I suggested you go back. Hopefully, yeah, I sent you to the homepage, and Chris or somebody probably gave you a previous build, right? Yes, you had the issue with the candle not moving. Okay. Yeah, JMac, what you're describing. So in our main room, is there something possible to create an alert scan that might search for something moving up up a top list relative to the other stocks on the top list, but not in race form? No. I mean, that's the whole idea of the race, right? You'll see some stock coming out of nowhere moving up. I don't run races anymore, but you can see, even though I didn't have it, even though you weren't seeing this, these are the ones that won races all day long. XPB won 12 races. But the tree map, I mean, obviously, if all of a sudden you're looking at lung, But this was the whole idea of the races, so that you wouldn't have to maybe fixate on, say, a stock and see if it's moving higher in the tree map, right? This is this. So the answer to your question, look at XPEV now, XPEV, ENVX now, guys. I'm my goal would be to have a nice into the close run. So the answer is no. I mean, in my tree map right here, my bottom, because I only want 20 symbols. Okay, so there's calm. I mean, I could click on calm. I mean, and if I had more time and more, if I weren't doing a lot of other things, I would click on calm and say, this, wonder if this could get moving, and then see if there's a decent pattern. I don't like it, so I wouldn't do it. But Nova, that's what I'd be doing. Maybe looking at these bottom ones and just checking to see if there's any sort of a pattern that's developing. Okay, guys, so I have about 40 minutes. I have about 20 minutes left. I'll be taking off around 3 o'clock. I'll always stick around if there are questions. William says he will keep the room open until 4:15, the main room open until 4:15. So before I do take off, I will put the main room link into our YouTube room. So those of you who are in YouTube can head over. They come from the AI, yes, Mon. So ASPN, ESPN, ASPN. See, is it here? I can click on it. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. So that was a previous buy, okay, from the AI and a weekly chart. And if you hover over the candle, you'll see exactly what happened. The entry was 1388 and exited at 1448. That's the AI doing it. Okay. Now if you had seen this at 1388, you may have, managed the trade very differently. Hopefully you might even done better, but that's what those arrows are. No, I mean, the alert window, I mean, here's an alert window. So, I mean, the alert window, the whole function of it is just to show you the latest one at the top. The alert window only functions to giving you the real time. Well, in this case, a new high of the day. He's telling me about NXTT, but so in the alert window, I mean, the whole idea of it is that all these filter values have to be met, and then if they are, and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get the alert. But you can't tell, if something is going to happen before it actually happens. Not in any easy way. I mean, that's what you could create. No, I don't even want to explain it. So no, the answer is no. You can't do it. An alert window is just the function is. Now, if you want to use a new 5-minute high instead of a new high of the day to catch it maybe a little earlier, you can try that. But understand, you'll get a lot more alerts. I would never use this one with a new 5-minute high as an example. There'd be so many alerts that you'd have. But maybe I would have to tighten up these values. But it really sounds like you want the race. I mean, why is that so hard though to see something right here, and as is moving up. You want the alert though somehow. Yeah, no, it won't happen. Yeah, will it sell off like yesterday? I mean, that was crazy sell off yesterday. I'm sorry, that's not yesterday, that's this morning. Crazy sell off yesterday, right here. That started at 3:00, 3:15. I was already gone. Boy, well, that's the whole idea of the visual. I mean, I find it way easier than to try to stare at a list of stocks like this. But, I guess we're all different. Okay, come on, ENVX, roll into the close. Now, I don't know. There's your next high looking left is 982 on the weekly chart. And this is an earnings play. How do I set my scanners to be at the crystal ball? In our YouTube room. Okay, guys, speaking of the YouTube room, I will put the YouTube or the trading room link into our YouTube room. So again, if you haven't had enough talking about trading, you can head over to our YouTube room. I'm sorry, to the trading room. I cannot believe this, Pepe. I cannot believe this serious thing. I'm so excited now to see what happens tomorrow. Because I'm telling you, it was very debilitating for me to get up every day wondering, okay, they're going to scream and yell at me. Like now, but I don't mind if it happens once in a blue moon. Well, it's me. I'm right beside it. It drives me crazy. It's not just you. Noise pollution. Okay, guy. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know, William. Look at this SPY move now. Come on, ENVX. Now, 950 could be a bit of a stall. Could be. I usually think of the 50-cent level for stocks 5 and under. Okay, that can be a bit of a stall. Not so much after $5, but and if I didn't tell you guys, I exited the Wolverine. It just didn't do anything. That is Nina in the background. Okay, so you can hear the German version. Exactly. All right, guys. I'm just about done for the day. 2:49. So seriously, I'm almost at day 300 now. Really cool. I'm almost at day 300 for me in Duolingo. Straight days in my Spanish. Speaking of Duolingo, where are you? Wasn't there some news a while back that Microsoft might buy them right here? Was it Microsoft? Or do some deal with them? When do they have earnings? May the 8th. Oh, it's coming up. It's coming up next week. Interesting. You remember when was it here? All right, guys, through 950 now for the ENVX. I think it was here. I think they had earnings, and then Goldman Sachs basically said, you know what, we don't like their business model anymore because we think that there's going to be a lot of free stuff with Chat GPT, etc., AI, Chat GPT, and that and they put a one. I don't remember what their price target was, and they kind of hammered it down. But since then, so there you go. What does Goldman know? Well, guys, I think I'm going to take my leave. This has been a very nice ENVX. I wish I had my entire position, but this has been a really, really nice. And, who knows? I mean, there it is. I'm going to probably. Yeah, I'm just taking some off now, guys. Okay. Because this is, it's getting closer and closer to this 982. And that actually is actually the daily high is even closer, slightly closer. So 970, looks like 976 is the next high on the daily chart. So we're about 20 cents away from that red line. How did Vic end up doing, VIK? I don't think it took out the high. And I'd be wrong. Yeah, no kidding. Wow. How did I miss this? VIK. I was waiting on a break of yesterday's high. Just started trading 26.86. I do recall getting the alert, and then I forgot about it. It would have been a decent little trade. So there's no video teaching for AI trading, okay? Because it's like how you have to have some idea about how to trade anything, okay? It's not just the AI. All I can tell you, Chris, is this. You only have the swing trades, okay? So you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. But when the alert happens, it doesn't mean there's no video that's going to say, okay, you got this alert for ENVX. There was your suggested entry. Here's your stop. There's no video that's going to say, okay, and this is what you should do for this specific one. All I can tell you is that, you won't get an alert until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens. You see there was one here, EBS, but it's not going to tell you, well, what to do with this once you get the alert. That's where some trading, expertise has to come in. Okay. Does that make sense? I like, for me, this is just a watch list, that has some, can be really interesting from day to day. Today was an incredibly interesting day because most of them worked. But there's no video that's going. The only thing I know anybody listening, if you've got the AI, I would just do this: click on new, and then you'll see it. Well, I have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Don't worry about don't go to the channel. You'll get overwhelmed by all the information that's on our on our AI channel. This is all you need. And when you open trade ideas, assuming you open it, at least at 9:30, this will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Really, what you need if you're unsure about trading itself is, you should be looking at that trading 101, which, covers a lot of, it's not covering specific alerts. It's just, but you get this alert at 8:17 and you might say to yourself, well, now what do I do? Well, that could be any alert. AI is no different in terms of, you get an alert here, you get an alert and other scans. How are you going to trade it? Requires some trading background. I wish I could say you absolutely just take the alert the second it happens and then hold it to the end of the day. I'd love to be able to say that, but unfortunately, it's not the case. There has to be you have to have a way. I mean, in this particular case, it may have worked. This is still moving higher and higher. But they don't all work that way. This could have stalled right there, and then it could have started to drop. And at that point, you have to say to yourself, well, I better take some profit. But that could be any. There's nothing to do with the AI. That could be any alert that you get from a strategy that maybe you've created. Okay. Not what you wanted to hear, I'm sure, but that is the reality. Well, this is what I would do, Chris. I don't know what sort of like how experienced of a trader you are. Okay. Now, this is all intraday trading, really. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that, you get an alert from the AI, and if it closes well at the end of the day, closing well for me, meaning it's, near the high of the day. And when you look left, it still has room to run. A good example of that would have been WGS. This was an alert a couple of days ago. Okay. And this was an earnings play. Now, I would say that, ENVX, I believe, is a bio, right? The bios are a little bit tricky to try to hold. Okay. You never know what they might do. They might unleash a financing on you. They might come up with horrible results. These are a little safer in terms of swings, a little safer. But you can see there it was. Now, it didn't close right at the high, 1826. In fact, that was a pretty big pullback. Well, what I would have done is maybe put an alert at the high and see if the next day, that was yesterday, if it took it out. And look what it did. It did take it out. Okay. So you can follow the AI alerts for several days also. But if you're new to trading, I would probably take a look at this. Not that. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, and click on my homepage link, and then you see where it says Trading 101. This is a series of videos, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And, it starts off very, very basic. Like the first video was, what is a stock? I'm not saying people have to look at that, but it goes over a lot of like how to read, like chart reading and trends and candlestick patterns and things like that. Okay. And it is free. All right, guys. Are there any other questions before I wrap this up? It's 3:01 right now. Again, I don't mind sticking around if there are questions. Nice short for Shady on the Etsy. I can see that. Great short. Let's see if that showed up in the gap down in reverse at all. I do not see it there. Sort of surprised because obviously it had made some 5-minute highs or lows. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll take off now. So again, thanks for all the support, all the help today. And I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9:00 Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. So the first thing I'm going to do in the main room is stop the screen sharing. Again, William will keep the room open until 4:15. Okay, wait a minute. I have one question. Oops. Start the screen sharing again. One question. Once we join, are we expected to understand how to filter on stocks when trying to see which? Well, okay. I share a lot of my scans. Okay. There are a lot of scans in our tool. And if you click on new and then docked channel bar, And then these are a lot of theme-based channels that you can take a look at. If you have an idea about, I don't know, are you new to trading, KRC? Yeah, no, I see the question. Well, all these stocks have momentum, okay? But here is a momentum scan right on its own, okay? This is a momentum scan right on its own that, I'm sharing, but you can always tweak it. Okay, maybe I'm not understanding. If you're asking me how do you trade these because now they're showing up, that again is experience. Okay, some alerts you'll get. This is why I have all these two charts over here. For me, if a stock's made a new high for the day, which will be always in here, doesn't mean I just take the trade. Well, if you help with adjusting the scan. So when you say that, if you mean I want you to adjust the scan so it's better, that's too, of course, general. If you say, well, I want to adjust the scan, for instance, here. Whoops. I don't like that price range. Sure. Well, but when you say proficient in filtering on the right information, your idea of right information might be different from mine, might be different from 10 other people's. Okay. It's, people look at the market and information in different ways. For me, I want to see abnormality. Okay. So the first thing I do, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. When I'm looking for momentum, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. Okay. That is for me. Somebody else might look at this and go, well, that's crazy. I want it to be 2,000% and I want that relative volume to be 8. Or, well, I can show you how to tweak the filter, but I'm not going to be able to say, well, you should use this value. The only thing we do get the odd question, and like they might say, well, I've got an alert window and it's giving me too many alerts. Well, usually that's a pretty simple fix. You just up the relative volume so that you're only going to see, you're going to reduce the number of alerts you see. Maybe even alert or up the volume, how much volume. Okay. Well, yeah, there's no guarantee that a stock that makes a new, but listen, maybe you want to be somebody who plays on a pullback. So you want to see the abnormal stocks, but let's take a look at PESI just showing up, I think, for the first time. Okay. I mean, it's just showing up now because it hardly traded. Bad example. So let's take a look at FTDR. So you may look at this and go, well, man, I don't want to take this. It's already at a high of the day. But maybe, if you understand the VWAP, which is 3268, maybe you say to yourself, well, what if it pulls back to the VWAP or that 10 SMA? Maybe I want to see it if it does that. Maybe I take it there. Okay. There are a lot of different ways to trade, of course. Meanwhile, Aspen is going bananas. Just because the stock is making a new high for the day doesn't mean it's not tradable. Look at Aspen, this making another new high for the day, but coming out of a bit of a consolidation. Now, there's no guarantee it's going to keep moving higher, of course. I wish there were. Well, there's a little, Aspen had arguably kind of 3 breakouts. After it broke out at the beginning of the day, a little pullback, a breakout there, kind of a little bit of consolidation, another breakout there, and a little bit of another breakout here, But you would have been alerted every time it made a new high for the day. And when you clicked on it, you would have seen, oh, it's breaking out, as an example. But all breakouts, are not the same. I mean, if it's breaking out on no volume, that's many people get trapped into a breakout they see something break out and they go, "Yay, I'll take it," and then it drops immediately, and they, well, why did that happen? It broke out. Then you look at the volume, and the volume was next to nothing. Yeah, I mean, you can listen. You can send in what you're looking for, KRC, and we have there are 5 traders at Trade Ideas, and if you send into info@trade-ideas.com, and give some kind of an indication of what you're looking for, then somebody else might have a scan that goes, you know what, I would try this as an example. Okay. Because my style of trading, I understand, is of course not for everybody. But I've been doing something like this for a long, long time, so I'm used to it, and I kind of I have an idea what I'm looking for. Not, I have a solid idea of what I'm looking for, and then I act. I don't take very many trades. All right, guys. Weren't you also in Aspen, though? Weren't you in Aspen also? Shady? Well, PESI. I shouldn't have discounted it so much. Yeah. So as William is saying, they received some kind of a contract from the Department of Energy. Okay, I think that's it for me now. If there are no more questions, I don't see any right now, so I think I will take off again. So I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So have a great evening. The first thing I'm going to do is shut down the screen sharing again. And then I'm muting myself in the main room. And then I'll go over to the YouTubers. Welcome, John. And end the stream there.